Prototype skate by Lord Turtle the First. After surviving a nuclear explosion, Alex Mercer, the protagonist of Prototype, finds himself mysteriously transported to the mystical world of Baldur's Gate, a land teeming with magic, mythical creatures, and ancient mysteries. Alex's eyes fluttered open, and he was immediately enveloped in darkness, a suffocating, all-encompassing void. Panic surged through him as he tried to move, but an invisible force held him in place, his every muscle paralyzed. Even his ability to shape-shift, usually an effortless extension of his will, was utterly useless until a powerful sensation coursed through his body, like a jolt of electricity. The force that had bound him vanished in an instant. With a surge of renewed strength, Alex slammed his fist into the organic lid of the pod he was trapped in, cracking it open with a sickening squelch. He pushed against the yielding, fleshy material, crawling out of the capsule with effort. As he emerged, his body trembled with weakness. Whatever had held him captive had also numbed his connection to his own physical form, leaving him disoriented and drained. "Am I in a hive?" Alex muttered to himself, his voice echoing faintly in the grotesque, fleshy chamber. The walls pulsed with a strange and sickly rhythm. The atmosphere was heavy with a damp, musky scent, and the dim light barely illuminated his surroundings. The unsettling, alien environment was like nothing he had ever seen. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and Alex clutched at his temples as a sensation of something squirming inside his skull sent shivers down his spine. The intruder in his mind revealed itself a worm, wriggling and burrowing deeper. But this was no ordinary worm. It was larger, with a leech-like body and a circular mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Alex's cells, reacting instinctively, launched a counterattack against the parasite. The creature screeched in a high-pitched, inhuman tone as Alex's cells overwhelmed it, tearing it apart until nothing but remnants were left, absorbed into his system. "Am I on an alien ship or something?" Alex wondered aloud, still reeling from the bizarre encounter. The worm was unlike anything he had encountered before, its biological structure entirely foreign to him. He was far from anything familiar. Before he could gather his thoughts, a violent tremor shook the room, sending pieces of the fleshy walls tumbling down. He turned just in time to see the wall on his right side get obliterated, revealing a horrifying sight: a massive red dragon, its scales glistening like molten metal, with a strange, green humanoid creature on its back. The creature wore a silvery armor with red gems and wielded a sword of the same silvery metal as the armor. The dragon's head turned, its piercing eyes locking onto the room where Alex was. It opened its massive jaws, and a torrent of searing flames erupted forth, engulfing the chamber in an inferno. Acting on pure instinct, Alex dove behind the pod he had just escaped from, curling into a tight ball as the flames washed over him. The intense heat was unbearable. He could feel the capsules around him bursting open, their contents hissing and popping like kernels of corn in a fire. The pod that shielded him blackened and charred, but Alex, using every ounce of his strength, hardened his body into a calcified shell to protect himself from the scorching flames. Time seemed to slow as he waited, the roar of the fire deafening, the heat seeping through his defenses. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the dragon's wings flapped powerfully, and the sound of it taking flight filled the air. The flames began to die down, and Alex, breathing heavily, carefully broke free from his now charred and blackened shell. He stood amidst the wreckage, the room a smoldering ruin around him. Alex's mind was racing with questions, but his immediate concern was survival. His body was dangerously low on biomass, and every movement felt strained. He scanned the charred remains of the room, hoping to find something or anything that he could consume to regain some strength. Unfortunately, the once living pods and their contents had been reduced to blackened husks, the flesh walls around him scorched and brittle. The overwhelming destruction left him with nothing to salvage. He approached the massive hole blown into the side of the wall, peering outside. His eyes widened in shock. The scene before him was like something out of a nightmare. Flames licked at the organic walls of the structure he was in, which he now realized was some sort of massive, flying vessel. The exterior was made of a shell similar to one of a snail. He could spot at the end of the ship massive tentacle, that writhed and twitched in the chaos. Far below, The terrain was hellish, a rocky wasteland with rivers of lava snaking through it, massive columns of jagged stone reaching up toward a sky that bled red. Black rivers branched out like the veins of some monstrous creature, and overhead, dragons with armored riders soared menacingly, circling the vessel like vultures. "Where the fuck am I?" Alex muttered, a chill running down his spine. The infernal landscape, the twisted vessel, the dragons, it all defied explanation. He shook his head. He needed to move, to find something he could consume to regain his strength. He made his way to the next room, a sphincter-like door opening with a wet squelch to reveal what lay beyond. This room was thankfully intact, though the sight that greeted him was grim. 4 human figures dressed in robes lay sprawled on chairs surrounding a pulsating, red pustule at the center of the room. Blood oozed from their eyes and ears, their lifeless bodies slumped like broken dolls. To the right, Alex noticed another empty capsule, similar to the one he had emerged from. Without hesitation, Alex approached one of the corpses. His hand extended, and flesh tendrils snaked out, enveloping the body in a cocoon. The process was swift, the body dissolving into biomass that Alex eagerly absorbed. The replenishment was immediate, and no memories came with the consumption, the brain too damaged to retain anything useful. He repeated the process with the remaining 3 bodies. 2 figures burst into the room from a nearby corridor, catching him off guard. They were humanoid, but clearly not humaner. Their skin was a pink and hairless, with bat-like wings folded against their backs and menacing horns jutting from their heads. Each one wielded a flaming greatsword, their expressions twisted into cruel, sadistic grins. For a brief moment, Alex wondered if the nuclear blast had somehow sent him straight to hell. The thought was quickly pushed aside as one of the devils lunged at him with alarming speed, the flaming sword raised to strike. Alex barely dodged the swing, his body reacting instinctively as his arms shifted, turning dark red and morphing into long, razor-sharp metallic claws. He counterattacked, aiming to sever the devil's arm, but his claws only left deep gashes. "This guy is much tougher than he looks," Alex thought, retreating a few steps to reassess the situation. The devil he had injured snarled something in a language Alex couldn't understand, its eyes flaring with an inner fire. It raised its other hand, conjuring a searing orb of flame in its palm. But before it could unleash the attack, the entire ship shook violently, knocking Alex to his knees. In the same instant, a deafening explosion tore through the room, the force of it hurling Alex through the air. He opened his eyes to find himself falling through the sky. The sheep were a massive, shell-like structure resembling a gigantic nautilus plummeting towards the ground in the distance. The fiery inferno and the hellish landscape had vanished, replaced by a serene, clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds. Alex spread his arms and legs, a pair of black, raven-like wings formed from his back, allowing him to glide gracefully towards the earth. The memory of the dragon and its rider was fresh in his mind, and he had no intention of crossing paths with them again, at least not until he regains his full strength. He angled his descent towards a small island he spotted nearby, aiming to land as far away from the falling ship as possible. Alex landed softly on the ground, his wings retracting into his back, leaving a red, wing-shaped symbol imprinted on his leather jacket. He took a moment to catch his breath, appreciating the stark contrast between this tranquil place and the chaos he had just escaped. The air was fresh, filled with the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing. But despite the serene surroundings, Alex's instincts told him that danger was never far away. His attention was drawn to a massive tree stump in the middle of the island, surrounded by a broken stone circle. Curious, he walked over to it and placed his hand on the ancient wood, feeling the rough texture beneath his fingers. The ground shook beneath him, and Alex instinctively dashed away just as something heavy slammed into the spot where he had stood. A massive creature made entirely of wood emerged from the shadows, wielding a twisted branch like a club and a shield made from a thick, gnarled root. The creature towered over Alex, its body an intricate blend of twisted wood, gnarled branches, and creeping vines. Its head was particularly fearsome, resembling a helm with fierce, horn-like protrusions. Its limbs were powerful, with thick, branch-like arms and legs that seemed to grow directly from the earth. Another wood creature appeared, swinging its club at Alex. He dodged the attack but almost slipped on the muddy ground, unaccustomed to fighting in such conditions. The creatures moved with surprising speed for beings made of wood, their strikes heavy and relentless. Alex knew he had to think fast as the terrain was not in his favor. "There wasn't so much mud before," Alex muttered, his voice tinged with suspicion as he noticed the ground shifting unnaturally beneath his feet. His gaze sharpened, catching sight of something small crawling from the muck. The creature that emerged was a grotesque parody of life, a tiny demon composed entirely of mud. Its gaunt, emaciated form seemed barely held together, as the sludge that covered it slithered and writhed over its skeletal frame. A long, hooked nose jutted from its face, dominating its grotesque features, while its sunken eyes glowed with an eerie, malevolent red light. Its limbs were thin and spindly, ending in sharp, clawed fingers that twitched with a disturbing energy. Before Alex could react, the mud demon took flight, its leathery wings flapping with an unnatural grace. It spat out a glob of mud, and before his eyes, the blob twisted and morphed into another flying demon, identical to the first. The new creature wasted no time, repeating the process, and within moments, the air was thick with a dozen of the monstrous creatures, their numbers rapidly multiplying. Alex's arm shifted and twisted, his fingers elongating into sharp hooks that gleamed in the dim light. With a swift motion, he swung his arm, which extended unnaturally far, slicing through the horde of demons with a precision that left nothing behind but a splatter of mud. As the last of the creatures fell, he retracted his arm, transforming it once more, this time into a sleek, silvery blade that glinted menacingly. He barely had a moment to catch his breath before another threat loomed. One of the massive trunk monsters, its bark-covered form moving with a surprising agility, swung a heavy branch towards him. Alex leapt into the air and landed hard, his blade arm flashing as he cleaved one of the creatures in two. Something wrapped tightly around his legs. He looked down to see thick, gnarled roots binding him to the spot. The remaining trunk monster raised its branch high, ready to crush him. Alex's arm shifted into a solid, black shield just in time to block the crushing blow. The impact was strong, but the organic shield held. Focusing his strength into his legs, he tore free from the roots and launched himself into the air. His shield melted away, morphing back into a sword as he brought it down with deadly precision, splitting the creature in two. Alex landed in a crouch, his eyes darting around for any remaining threats. Finding none, he cautiously approached one of the fallen wood monsters, curiosity piqued. He squatted beside the dead creature and examined it closely. To his surprise, its insides looked like ordinary wood, nothing that should have been capable of such aggressive animation. Flesh-like tendrils slithered from his hand, wrapping around the wood and pulling it into his body, consuming it with an almost ravenous hunger. "It's just normal wood," Alex said aloud, though the words felt hollow. Something didn't add up. His senses tingled with the faint trace of energy, but as quickly as he noticed it, the sensation vanished, leaving him with a nagging sense of unease. With nothing left to do, Alex left the island. With a small jump, Alex landed on the soft sand of the mainland. As he straightened, his nostrils flared, catching a scent that made his heart skip a beat. Blood, fresh and nearby. A loud, inhuman scream shattered the silence. "Boa!" Alex spun around, his fist already coiling back to strike. But what he found wasn't some fearsome beast, it was a sheep. The animal stood there, its eyes wide and staring, bleating at him in a voice that was far too deep, far too unnatural. The sound wasn't right. It was as if someone was trying and failing to mimic a sheep. Something was horribly wrong. His instincts screamed at him to back away, and he did so slowly, his senses on high alert. "I didn't smell it or see it until it was right next to me," Alex thought. His retreat was halted by a poke in his back. He whirled around, only to find another sheep, identical to the first, standing impossibly close to him. "From where?" Alex whispered to himself, every muscle tensed for action. With his enhanced senses, he should have detected them long before they could get this close, yet they had appeared out of nowhere, as if conjured by some malevolent force. "Oh dearie, are you lost?" A voice, old and sweet, cut through the tension. Alex's head snapped to the left, where an elderly woman stood, her hand gently petting one of the sheep. She wore a green dress that looked as if it had seen better days, and her eyes sparkled with an unsettling kindness. "Indeed, I am a bit lost," Alex responded, his voice measured as he studied her closely. "So unfortunate." "You must not be from here," the old woman said, her smile never faltering. "I've never seen clothes like yours before. Come with me to my house, and after a hot meal, I'll guide you to the closest settlement." As if on command, the sheep turned and trotted off, disappearing into the fog that clung to the ground. The old woman began to walk, her pace slow and steady, her hand beckoning for Alex to follow. Against his better judgment, Alex found himself moving after her, his mind a whirl of suspicion and curiosity. They walked through a wetland, its landscape an eerie blend of beauty and decay. Tall grasses, reeds, and cattails rose high above the water's edge, their green stalks bending gracefully in the breeze. The surface of the water was dotted with lilies and lotuses, their colors vibrant against the murky depths below. Trees stood with their roots submerged, their twisted forms creating an ominous silhouette. Despite the picturesque scene, a sense of wrongness permeated the air, making every step feel like a descent into a trap. Alex followed her to a large wooden shack, its appearance straight out of a twisted fairy tale. A plaque with a teapot emblem hung to the right of the door, half covered by creeping vines that seemed almost alive. The sight of it sent a shiver down Alex's spine, but he forced himself to enter, his nerves taut as bowstrings. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of herbs. A massive tree grew from the middle of shack piercing the roof, a brick fireplace burned to the right of the room, its flames casting flickering shadows as a cauldron filled with a bubbling green liquid hung above them. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of dried herbs and phials filled with liquids in colors Alex had never seen before. But what truly caught his attention was a young woman sitting at a small wooden table. She had curly ginger hair and a pale, tear-streaked face. She sat hunched over, her shoulders trembling as she ate a tart, each bite accompanied by a soft, heartbreaking sob. "Don't mind her," the old woman said cheerfully. "Her husband left her, but she's got Auntie here to make her happy. Am I right, dear Mayrina?" The young woman nodded weakly. "Yes, Auntie Ethel," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes never leaving the table. "You must be hungry," Auntie Ethel said, turning her attention back to Alex. She gestured to the empty chair beside Mayrina. "Please, take a seat." Reluctantly, Alex moved to the table and sat down, his eyes never straying far from the old woman. Auntie Ethel hummed a soft tune as she grabbed a wooden bowl and a ladle, dipping it into the cauldron and pouring a generous portion of the green, bubbling gruel into the bowl. She placed it in front of Alex with a smile that seemed just a bit too wide. "Let me get you a spoon for my very special soup," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "It'll make you feel full of vigor, like a horse." She handed him a wooden spoon, her gaze never leaving his. Alex took the spoon, feeling the weight of her gaze on him like a physical force. Auntie Ethel's smile was unwavering, her eyes fixed on him with an almost predatory intensity. Finally, he dipped the spoon into the strange soup and brought it to his lips. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, a chill ran down his spine, freezing him in place. The taste was indescribably a mixture of bitter herbs, metallic tang, and something else. Human flesh. "How is it, dear?" Auntie Ethel asked, her voice dripping with faux sweetness as she watched Alex with expectant gaze. Alex let the spoon hover near his lips for a moment longer, his gaze locked onto hers. A smirk slowly curled the corners of his mouth. "This is my first time eating soup made with human meat," he said, his voice laced with a dark humor, "but it tastes like shit." Mayrina's eyes widened in shock, her hand freezing mid-bite as she stared at Alex, the reality of his words slowly sinking in. Auntie Ethel's smile faltered, her mask of grandmotherly warmth slipping for just a second. Then, she began to laugh an unsettling, grating sound that seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the shack. The world round them began to shift and warp, the warm and cozy interior dissolving into something far more sinister. The once clean shack was now filthy, the wooden walls and floors stained with the dark, dried remnants of blood. The sweet, comforting aroma of herbs was replaced by the rancid stench of rotting flesh, which assaulted Alex's senses with every breath. He glanced down at the bowl in front of him. The green liquid had turned a dark, sickly red, and a human finger floated at the surface, its pale, lifeless nails scraping against the edge of the bowl as it bobbed in the thick, congealed soup. Marina's half-eaten tart was now writhing with life, maggots crawling in and out of the once innocuous pastry, devouring it from within. She continued to eat, as if in a trance, her tears mingling with the horror on her plate. But Alex wasn't surprised. From the moment he had taken that first spoonful, his suspicions were confirmed. His cells had analyzed the strange concoction, identifying traces of human DNA and potent herbs designed to induce a deep, dreamless sleep. The illusion Ethel had cast over the room could only go so far. It had failed to deceive his body on a cellular level. Ethel's laughter trailed off, replaced by a low, menacing chuckle. He, and here I thought I'd found myself a new toy, she said, her voice dripping with malicious delight. Never mind. I can still use your vitality for some rituals. As she spoke, Ethel's form began to change. She grew taller, her once kindly face twisting into something grotesque and nightmarish. Her skin turned a sickly shade of green, and her nose elongated into a sharp, crooked point. Her hair, now matted and wild, was interwoven with tiny bones, and her back hunched grotesquely as if the weight of her evil was too much for her body to bear. Her arms and fingers stretched into long, thin appendages, each ending in wickedly sharp, blackened nails. My vitality, Alex echoed, his voice laced with genuine curiosity. The word ritual had piqued his interest, even as he remained cautious. Whatever you are, Ethel sneered, her newly transformed face twisted into a cruel grin. You have a lot of vitality, far more than any normal human. It seems to keep growing the more you're fed. I plan to use you as a catalyst for some of my most powerful rituals. Alex couldn't help but laugh, the sound dark and full of mockery. He had been holding back, curious to see if Ethel had any inkling of the danger she was toying with. It was clear now that she had no idea. Not even the potent sleep-inducing herbs in the soup had any real effect on him. He hunched over, making a show of weakness, and Ethel's grin widened, believing the drugs were finally taking hold. She was so wrong. In a flash, Alex's body snapped into action. His arm morphed into a massive, gleaming blade, the metal singing through the air as it pierced Ethel's chest with a sickening squelch. Her eyes widened in shock and horror as she looked down at the sword impaled through her body, then back up at Alex. What abomination are you? She hissed, her voice weak, her last breath rasping through her lips. Alex yanked the blade out, watching with a cold detachment as Ethel's lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Dark, foul-smelling green blood oozed from the wound, pooling beneath her form. An eerie, malevolent laughter echoed around the room, followed by a shriek that seemed to vibrate through the very air itself. Alex turned his attention to Marina, who had collapsed to her knees, her hands clutching her head as she wept. He approached her cautiously, unsure if she was still under the hag's influence, but before he could speak, she suddenly hurled the maggot-filled tart at him. He dodged easily, watching the rancid pastry splatter against the wall. You monster! You killed the hag. Now I will never see Connor again. Marina's voice was hysterical, her grief and fury directed entirely at him. Alex was taken aback. He had initially assumed she was a victim, held against her will, but her reaction suggested otherwise. Before he could process what she had said, the sound of heavy footsteps, many of them filled the air, growing louder and closer. He turned towards the door he had entered through. Charging towards him were 20 small, humanoid creatures, each wielding a bloody cleaver. They looked like twisted caricatures of elderly men, their bodies hunched and wiry, their skin leathery and rough. Evil smiles split their faces, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. They wore heavy iron boots and leather pants, with bright red leather caps perched atop their heads, adding a disturbing pop of color to their otherwise dark appearance. Their eyes gleamed with malevolent intent as they closed in on him, their cleavers raised high. Despite the danger, Alex found himself almost amused by the sight. But as they drew nearer, he realized their ferocity was nothing to underestimate. The time for games was over. With a cold, calculating gaze, Alex prepared himself for the oncoming battle. his body once again beginning to shift and change. Blood. One of them screamed as he lunged at Alex. Alex's arms shifted into a pair of claws. With a horizontal sweep, the creature was cut into pieces that were immediately absorbed by Alex. Suffice to say, the redcaps just got angrier. Some of them were lucky enough to cut Alex, but the damage they inflicted was regenerated within seconds. He moved with unnatural speed, his claws a blur as he sliced through the air. Redcaps were dismembered with each swing, their limbs and heads flying off in a spray of dark, almost black, blood. The floor became slick with the gore of their fallen comrades, making it difficult for the remaining redcaps to maintain their footing. One redcap managed to leap onto Alex's back, sinking its cleaver deep into his shoulder. Alex barely flinched. With a guttural growl, he reached over his shoulder, grabbed the creature by the head, and crushed it with a sickening crunch. The headless body slumped to the ground, twitching spasmodically. Two more redcaps attacked simultaneously, aiming for his legs in a bid to topple him. He kicked one so hard it splattered against the wall, leaving a red smear where it hit. The other he impaled on his claws, lifting it high into the air before slamming it down, splitting it in half. The remaining redcaps hesitated, their rage momentarily overshadowed by fear. Alex's body shimmered, his wounds closing almost instantly. He raised one clawed hand, beckoning them forward. "Come on, then. Don't keep me waiting." With a collective roar, the redcaps surged forward in a desperate final assault. Alex met them head-on, his claws tearing through their ranks like a scythe through wheat. One redcap managed to slice across Alex's abdomen, leaving a deep gash that was spewing blood. For a moment, it seemed like a significant blow. But then Alex's body rippled, and the wound closed as if it had never been. Grabbing two redcaps by the legs, he swung them like flails, using their bodies to batter the others into submission. Limbs were torn from torsos, heads were crushed, and the once angry mob was reduced to a pile of broken, bloody bodies. When the last redcap lay twitching on the floor, Alex stood amidst the carnage, a calm expression on his face. His body absorbed the remains, adding it to his biomass. The hallway was now a charnel house, the walls painted with the lifeblood of the foolish creatures who had dared to challenge him. After the little fight, Alex looked around and confirmed his suspicion. This place was not what it seemed. The water was now murky and brown. Piles of bones and rotting carcasses lay around the wooden shack, and the smell was nauseating. Alex turned around to see if Mayrina was still there, but she had left at some point. The most alarming thing was that the hag's body was gone, and not even a drop of blood remained. Deciding it was better to leave, he started to walk out of the swamp, making sure not to step into the traps laid by the redcaps. After consuming the redcaps, as they are called, he found out that there is a human settlement north of here. He couldn't get more information about the settlement as the redcaps spent all their time in this swamp, disguised as sheep and killing everything unlucky enough to step foot in their territory. Their brains were smaller than a normal human's, so their memories were simpler. As Alex approached the village, he observed that something unfortunate had taken place. Thick plumes of smoke spiraled into the sky, carrying with them the acrid stench of blood and burning flesh. Moving cautiously, he spotted a goblin patrolling on the roof of one of the buildings, its eyes scanning the area for any signs of life. He moved at the village's edge, when a faint, coppery scent caught his attention. A trail of blood leading away from the village and up a narrow path. Following the trail with, Alex soon found himself on the main road. Just a few meters ahead, the source of the smell became horrifyingly clear. 5 men lay sprawled across the road, their bodies grotesquely slashed and torn, the work of short swords or brutal, jagged knives. One by one, Alex consumed their remains, their memories flooding into his mind like a torrent. He saw their final moments of the fear, the desperation as they left the village in a frantic attempt to reach the safety of Emerald Grove, only to be ambushed and butchered by goblins. As the memories settled, a strange word echoed in his mind, Pharaoh-N. It was a name foreign to him, confirming his growing suspicion that he was no longer in his own world. He was in a place called the Western Heartlands, a region of this alien land. Deciding that Emerald Grove might hold the answers he sought, Alex set off, his clothes morphing with each step. His black shoes shifted into rugged leather boots, his blue jeans deepened into the rich brown, and his white shirt transformed into a sleeveless blouse. The black leather jacket he wore reshaped itself into a hooded vest, the red wing symbols on his back fading into obscurity. As he crossed a stone bridge, the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears: shouts, snarls, and the unmistakable clash of weapons. Just a short distance ahead, chaos unfolded near a wooden gate. Goblins and hyena-like beasts were assaulting a group of 3 humans who fought desperately to hold them off. From atop the rock ramparts, a group of tieflings and devilish-looking humanoids rained arrows down on the attackers. A female tiefling hurled a fiery orb at one of the hyenas, but it missed its mark, exploding harmlessly in the dirt. The 3 humans at the gate were being overwhelmed, their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Just as Alex prepared to intervene, a bolt of blue lightning streaked from the sky, striking a goblin dead. A figure dashed into the fray, a creature resembling the ones Alex had seen riding the red dragons. This one was a female with yellowish-green skin, her ochre eyes sharp and battle-hardened. Black markings adorned her face, accentuating the deep scar that ran from her nose to her chin, giving her the menacing look of a seasoned warrior. Her auburn hair, styled with silver braids, flowed past her shoulders, and her wiry, athletic frame moved with the grace of a predator. As she joined the battle, another goblin fell to an arrow, and a hyena howled in agony as a golden light engulfed it, searing its fur and flesh. The goblins, now fully aware of the ambush, fought with renewed ferocity for the absolute. One of them screamed, rallying his comrades. Suddenly, a black man with a piercing gray eye leapt from the ramparts, dark energy crackling from his hand as he sent a goblin flying with a powerful blast. A tiefling blew large bone horn, and a mystical green light enveloped the humans, the yellow-skinned warrior, and the tieflings, reinvigorating them. As the battle raged on, more figures emerged from the direction their warrior had come, a group led by an albino dragonborn, his appearance a hybrid between man and lizard, clad in a dark bluish robe. He wasn't alone. 3 others accompanied him, each strikingly distinct in their features. A high elf, appearing to be in his late 30s, carried himself with an air of sharpness and precision. His pallid skin contrasted against the dark circles under his crimson eyes, his face marked by faint smile lines and a beauty mark on his right cheek. His jaw-length silver hair, styled meticulously, framed his face, while a bite mark scar marred the right side of his neck. He wore an elaborate doublet, leather chaps, and embroidered shoes, his every move calculated. A woman with coal-black hair kept in a long ponytail segmented by ornate silver rings. Her fringe hair was kept short and straight, revealing her brows beneath and a scar running from her nose to her right cheek. Hair adorned her face on the sides, reaching past her chin, her pointed ears barely peeking through them, and her eyes, light green with speckles of yellow, were contoured by dark makeup. She had a black circular mark on her right hand. The final figure was a man of refined elegance, his robe simple yet exquisitely made. His mousy brown hair, straight and shoulder length, was swept back with an effortless flare. Chestnut brown eyes peered out with a soft yet confident gaze, his facial hair neatly trimmed. A silver earring, shaped like a star, adorned his left ear, while dark, wispy tendrils extended from his chest, faint but noticeable as they curled beneath his left eye. The dragonborn barked orders to his companions before unleashing a barrage of blue lightning, striking down goblins and their beasts with precision. The high elf fired arrows from his bow, occasionally missing his target, but never faltering in his resolve. The coal-haired woman conjured orbs of light, launching them with deadly accuracy, each one curving through the air to strike its mark. The robed man, his presence commanding, raised his hands as a massive orb of fire materialized above him. Globus ignis! He shouted, sending the fiery sphere hurtling toward a cluster of goblins. The explosion that followed was deafening, the smell of burning flesh saturating the battlefield as the goblins were incinerated. Without missing a beat, the man resumed his attack, hurling smaller bolts of fire and lightning into the fray. One by one, the goblins and their hyena-like beasts fell, their cries of pain and fury echoing through the air until, At last, the battlefield fell silent. All that remained were the smoldering bodies of their enemies, the air thick with the scent of blood and ash. At the gate, everyone regrouped, their breath heavy with exhaustion. Alex decided it was time to reveal himself. Slowly, he rose from his hiding place, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. All eyes snapped to him, and the green-skinned woman with the flaming sword instinctively pointed it at him, while the others quickly readied their weapons. "Who are you?" the Dragonborn demanded, his voice like gravel scraping against stone. "My name is Alex," he replied calmly in their language, known simply as Common. "For what reason are you here?" asked the black-skinned man, his tone guarded and suspicious. "To seek shelter in the grove from the Absolute's army," Alex answered, his voice steady, betraying none of the danger he knew he carried within. The man's eyes narrowed as he studied Alex. "Can you fight?" he asked, a trace of hope mingling with his caution. Alex nodded, a ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. "More or less. I'm pretty good with hand-to-hand combat." The man seemed to consider this for a moment, then nodded in approval. "Zevla, open the gate," he shouted over his shoulder. A Tiefling man nodded and signaled another Tiefling to pull a lever. With a heavy creak, the gate slowly lifted, revealing the relative safety of the grove within. "What, you're just going to let him in like that?" "He could be a spy," the white-haired, pointy-eared man snapped, his sharp gaze piercing through Alex. "Astarion has a point," the man who was wearing exquisite-looking robes added. The Dragonborn stepped forward, lifting his hand to his temple, his eyes closing as he concentrated. Alex felt a slight pressure in his mind, like a whispering breeze trying to find its way into a sealed chamber. He knew what was happening but had no way to stop it. A few moments passed, and the Dragonborn opened his eyes, looking directly at Astarion. "He is not a spy," the Dragonborn stated with certainty, his voice a low rumble of finality. Astarion scoffed but didn't argue further. Everyone sheathed their weapons, and one by one, stepping inside the grove. As Alex entered, he noticed to his right, down below, an ancient stone structure. At its center stood a small statue emanating a soft green energy. The architecture was reminiscent of the stone circles on the island where he had first landed. Around the statue, men and women of various sizes and races knelt in prayer, their faces serene with concentration. Druids, Alex thought, recognizing them as mages who communed with nature. As they moved further into the grove, a heated argument caught Alex's attention. A young man who had fought valiantly at the gate, Aradin, was locked in a fierce debate with Zevla, the Tiefling. The black-skinned man shouted to open the gate. The Tiefling had a striking appearance, marked by his distinctly demonic features. His skin was a dark, reddish-orange hue, which contrasted sharply with his piercing yellow eyes that glowed with an almost ethereal intensity. Prominent black, ridged horns curved backward from his forehead, giving him an intimidating and powerful look. These horns were thick at the base and tapered to sharp points, blending seamlessly into his skull. His ears were long and pointed, the tips jutting out at an angle, further enhancing his devilish appearance. His hair was a muted, dirty blonde color, neatly combed back and falling just to the nape of his neck. It appeared well maintained, possibly as a way to contrast the otherwise rugged and fearsome elements of his look. He wore a suit of armor that combined practicality with ornate detailing. The armor featured intricate designs, with metallic plates that had a slight sheen, indicating a high-quality material. It was primarily silver with dark, reddish-brown leather accents that complemented his skin tone. The design of the armor was both protective and ceremonial, with layered plates on the shoulders and chest that provided a formidable yet refined appearance. "There are children here, you fool." Zevla's voice was hoarse with frustration and barely contained rage as he glared at Aradin. "We were running for our lives." Aradin shot back, his eyes locked with Zevla's, defiance radiating from his every word. "You led them straight to us. And you let them take the Druida Halzina too." "Unbelievable." Zevla's voice cracked with a mix of disbelief and fury. "Druid?" "Those goblins didn't take any prisoners," the Dragonborn interjected, his deep voice laced with concern. "We lost him back at the ruins. The whole place was crawling with gobos," Aradin admitted, though there was no hint of shame in his voice. "He trusted you," Zevla said, stepping closer to Aradin, his eyes boring into the young man's, searching for any sign of remorse. Aradin shrugged, his expression indifferent. "Nobody forced him to go with you, sir," he insisted. "And when things got tough, he couldn't keep up. Simple as that." "My gods, you're a coward," Zevla hissed, taking another step forward, his fists clenched, his rage barely contained. The tension between them was palpable, both men ready to tear each other apart, but before they could act, the Dragonborn stepped between them, his former wall of calm reason. "More violence won't bring back those you lost." "Stop and think," he said, his voice commanding and soothing all at once. Zevla's shoulders slumped slightly as the truth of the Dragonborn's words sank in. He took a step back, though his gaze remained firm on Aradin. "You're right. There's too much at stake," Zevla muttered, though his anger still simmered beneath the surface. "Worried about your precious hides, the both of you," Aradin sneered, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned and walked away, leaving the Dragonborn and Zevla to speak in private. Zevla watched Aradin leave, shaking his head in disappointment. Then he turned back to the Dragonborn. "Forgive that display. Aradin's a blowhard, but that's no cause for me to join him." "Thank you for the help out there." "I'm Zevla," he said, extending a hand in gratitude. "I'm tough," the Dragonborn replied, his large hand engulfing Zevla's in a firm shake. "Well met," Zevla said, though his smile was tinged with weariness. "I should warn you, visitors are no longer welcome in this grove. Whatever your business, I'd see to it quickly." "The Druids are forcing everyone out. This attack will only strengthen their resolve." "I have no quarrel with Druids," Taff responded, his tone neutral but curious. "There have been several attacks by different monsters. The Druids blame us outsiders for drawing them here." "Nobody's welcome anymore," Zevla explained, his voice heavy with the burden of their predicament. "They've started a ritual to cut the grove off from the world outside. We can't stay, but we'll be slaughtered if we leave here. We're no fighters." Taff nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "What brought you here?" "We're refugees from Elturel," Zevla began, his voice thick with the weight of their journey. "We took shelter here after gnolls attacked us on the road. We were bound for Baldur's Gate, but it was too late to turn back. Elturel had no place for tieflings after the descent." Taff's eyes softened with understanding. "From what I know, the descent was an infernal conspiracy that saw the entire city of Elturel dragged to the hells. If your people survived that, they'll survive anything." "So I hope," Zevla murmured, his voice heavy with resignation. "But we've lost too many already and more will die if we're forced out again." Taff's eyes narrowed in concern. "The ritual, can't you convince the Druids to stop it?" For a moment, Zevla's head dropped, the weight of his burden palpable. "I've tried," he admitted, his voice tinged with despair. "Kaga, their new first Druid, won't even see me." "We're broken by. I know it's not your responsibility, but she owes you for saving this place. Perhaps you could persuade her. Buy us more time, if nothing else." Taff hesitated, weighing the plea against the group's urgent need. But then, with a resolute nod, he replied, "I'll see what I can do." At his words, Astarion and Leslie exchanged irritated glances. Astarion eyes rolled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Great, he's the helping everyone type," he muttered under his breath, while Leslie simply clicked her tongue in disapproval. Taff turned to them, unfazed. "But I have my own urgent concerns," he added, his tone more serious. "I need a healer." "Goblins get you?" Zevla asked, concern lacing his words. "The Druid Halson's a renowned healer, but he didn't return from Aradin's expedition. If it's not too serious, you might try his apprentice, Nettie. She's with the other Druids in the Inner Grove. They've secluded themselves to prepare this damn ritual." "I'll find her," Taff said with a determined nod. "And I'll speak to Kaga while I'm there." Astarion scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. "Really? We're messengers now?" Zevla looked at Taff with a mixture of hope and desperation. "We'd owe you a great debt. If we're forced to leave now, we won't make it to the city." "You'll find the Druids at the heart of the grove. Please make them see reason before more lives are lost." Zevla's words hung in the air as he thanked Taff's group once more, his gratitude apparent in the lines of his tired face. Then, with a final glance back, he turned and walked away, leaving them to their thoughts. As the tiefling leader disappeared from view, Alex, who had been watching from a distance, approached Taff cautiously. "Did you and your friends come from the ship that crashed on the beach?" he asked, his voice hesitant, yet tinged with curiosity. A heavy silence followed, the weight of the question settling over them like a shroud. Taff sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Are you one of the survivors?" he asked gently. Alex nodded, but his expression remained guarded. Taff's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "But why don't you have a tadpole?" "I thought everyone there was infected." "My memory is hazy," Alex admitted, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "All I remember is being unable to move, hearing a massive explosion, and then finding myself stranded on a beach west of here." Taff's expression softened, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "Mind flayers are known for messing with their victims' heads," he said quietly. "Mind flayers?" Alex echoed, confusion evident in his tone. "Yes," Taff explained, his voice low. "Creatures with squid-like heads and human bodies. They implant tadpoles in their victims' brains. Through a painful process called seromorphosis, the victims become mind flayers too." Alex's eyes widened. "Do all your friends have one?" "Yes, unfortunately," Taff admitted, his voice tinged with regret. Alex swallowed hard, his mind racing. "How much time do you have left?" Taff's expression darkened. "I don't know," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "We should have turned into mind flayers by now, but we don't even have symptoms." Alex hesitated, then took a deep breath. "Do you mind if I stick around?" "With my amnesia, you geese seem like the best choice." Taff turned to his companions, seeking their input. The man in blue robes shrugged. "I have no problem with it," he said nonchalantly. Astarion's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Whatever," he said, his tone dismissive. The green woman, however, wasn't as welcoming. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she glared at Alex. "I will slit your throat if I have the slightest suspicion," she warned, her voice cold and deadly. The woman with dark hair sighed. "I'd say no, but we really need help," she admitted, her tone resigned. Taff turned back to Alex, his expression thoughtful. "All right," he said finally. "It seems everyone agrees, more or less." He glanced at Leslie, whose glare hadn't softened. "I'm Taff, a sorcerer." He pointed to the man in blue robes. "This is Gale, a wizard." Then, he indicated the woman in silver and blue armor. "Shadowheart is a cleric." Finally, he pointed to the green-skinned woman. "Our Githyanki friend is called Leslie. She's a warrior." His hand shifted to the pale elf standing beside her. "And this is Astarion. He's a rogue." Alex nodded, taking in the introductions. These people seemed capable, but there was a tension in the air, a fragile alliance forged by necessity rather than trust. After the introductions, they set out to find Nettie. However, their progress was halted when they attempted to enter the main area of the grove where the druids had gathered. Taff argued with the druids, trying to convince them to let them through, but his efforts were in vain. "Come tomorrow morning if you want to speak with Nettie," one of the druids said, his tone final. As the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden hue over the landscape, the group decided to return to their camp outside the grove. Their campsite was nestled within an ancient, grumbling temple near where the Nautiloid had crashed, a temporary refuge in a world full of uncertainty. As they entered the camp, Alex's senses were immediately assaulted by the faint but unmistakable scent of blood. His gaze sharpened, scanning the area for its source. "Did you kill someone here?" he asked, his voice low and measured. Taff looked at him, surprised by the question. "How did you notice?" Alex didn't answer immediately. Instead, he met Taff's gaze, his eyes hard and unyielding, a silent warning not to take him lightly. "They were some bandits who made their home here," Taff explained after a moment, his tone defensive. "They attacked us, so we killed them. We cleaned as best as we could." Alex nodded, then his head turned to a skinny, bald, noseless corpse adorned with gold and wearing a simple sleeveless gray robe. It was standing in a corner, his sunken eyes gently looking the group. "Who is that?" Alex asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. "That's Withers," Taff replied, his tone nonchalant. "Don't mind him. We found him here." Alex's gaze flickered to Withers again, but he chose to let the matter drop for now. There would be time for questions later. I see everyone has a tent. How can I get one? Alex asked, changing the subject. Taff gestured to a crate in the corner. I think we have a few spares, he said. Alex walked over to the crate and found a tent and a sleeping bag inside. Within moments, he had the tent set up, a simple brown structure, just big enough for 2 people. Taff watched him work, a look of mild surprise on his face. Wow, you set that up pretty fast, he remarked, impressed. It wasn't very hard, Alex replied, shrugging. Taff's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. You must have done this a lot if you're this good at it, even without your memories. I suppose I did, Alex said, though there was an edge to his voice. As the night deepened, Alex found himself sitting by the campfire, the crackling flames casting shadows on the ancient walls of the temple. The others were drifting off to sleep, one by one, their breathing steady and slow. But Alex had no need for sleep, his mind too restless to find any peace. How does it feel to have a tadpole in your head? Alex asked Taff, though he already knew the answer. The question was more for his own curiosity, to see how Taff would respond. Taff glanced at him, then looked away, his expression pensive. Honestly, I didn't even know I had one until I met Leslie on the Nautiloid while escaping. When we met, our tadpoles connected, sharing our memories and feelings. Alex considered this, his mind working through the possibilities. He had the genetic blueprint of the tadpole, the ability to replicate his own version, but he hadn't done so yet. The telepathic connection Taff described was intriguing, but also dangerous. He had thought of designing a version without this telepathic ability, but without it, the tadpole was just a glorified brain worm. The way you describe it, Alex said slowly, it sounds like it wasn't a very pleasant experience. Taff leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Let's just say Leslie is not the most peaceful person I've met. Alex smirked, a rare flicker of amusement in his otherwise stoic demeanor. I'll keep that in mind. You'd better, Taff said with a tired smile. He yawned, stretching his arms above his head. I'd better get some sleep. We have a lot to do tomorrow. Good night, Alex said, watching as Taff retreated to his tent. Good night, Taff called back, waving before disappearing into the folds of canvas. As the night deepened, the camp grew silent, the only sounds the crackling of the fire. Alex, restless and unwilling to stay idle, decided to explore the temple further. The scent of old stone and ancient dust filled his nostrils as he wandered through the corridors, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. In one of the rooms, he found a massive stone statue of a man dressed in robes, holding a book. The air was thick with the smell of old parchment and the faintest trace of incense, lingering from a time long past. It was clear Taff's party had already explored this place, here there were signs of their presence everywhere. But Alex was drawn to the shelves lined with books, some ancient and worn, others still intact. Having nothing better to do, he decided to read. The language of the texts was archaic, but he managed to decipher it. Taking a seat at the dusty desk, he lit a candle with a match he found in one of the crates and picked up the book that had been left open on the desk. As he read, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, pulling him into a memory belonging to him. He was a little boy, barely 10, engrossed in his favorite comic book. The door to his room creaked open, and he looked up to see his little sister, Dana, standing in the doorway with a plushie in her hand, rubbing one of her eyes. What happened, Dana? Alex asked, concern filling his voice as he set the comic book aside. I had a nightmare, she whispered, her voice trembling. Alex smiled gently, reaching out to her. Come here, he said, turning off his lamp. He took her hand and led her to his bed, where he tucked her in beside him. The memory was vivid, almost painfully so, but as he shook his head, he reminded himself, those were his memories, not his. The sudden creak of a door snapped Alex back to the present. He turned his head sharply, spotting Withers walking almost floating into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. The skeletal figure moved with an eerie grace, his presence unsettling. Thou art a curious creature, unlike aught I have ever beheld, Withers intoned, his voice a haunting whisper that seemed to echo through the room. Alex noted the ancient dialect Withers used. It was as if he had stepped out of a Shakespearean play. "What do you mean by that?" Alex asked calmly as he rose from his seat. Withers tilted his head, his hollow eyes seeming to bore into Alex's very soul. "Thou mayest have beguiled the others, but not I," he declared, his tone unwavering. "Thine soul, or rather, the lack thereof, cannot deceive mine eyes, no matter how cunning thy disguise." Alex's muscles tensed, every instinct on high alert as Withers continued his cryptic monologue. "Yet within thee lies a seed, nestled as a babe within its mother's womb." "'Tis a curious phenomenon indeed." With a final enigmatic glance, Withers turned on his heel and glided out of the room, leaving Alex alone with his thoughts and a growing unease. Hours passed as Alex tried to focus on the ancient texts before him, but Withers' words echoed relentlessly in his mind. No soul? A seed of one? What did it mean? What did Withers see that the others didn't? Despite his attempts to distract himself, the cryptic encounter ignored him, a riddle without an answer. Eventually, he rose from the desk, abandoning his feigned reading. The texts were no longer of any interest to him. His thoughts were too tangled, too disturbed. As the night waned and the campfire's embers glowed faintly, Alex returned to the camp, slipping back into the role he had adopted. But the unsettling encounter with Withers lingered, a dark cloud on the horizon of his thoughts. He might not need sleep, but the rest of his night was spent in restless contemplation, haunted by questions he didn't know how to answer. Almost everyone was awake, save for Gale and Duff, who were still lost in sleep. Asterion was engrossed in a book, his pale fingers delicately turning the pages, while Shadowheart sat in quiet contemplation, her hands clasped in prayer. Leslie had left the camp to train outside. Alex, curious and troubled by recent revelations, decided to approach Shadowheart, hoping her knowledge as a cleric might shed light on the concept of the soul. He waited patiently, observing the serene expression on her face as she communed with her deity. He knew better than to interrupt. Disrupting someone's prayer could anger the gods, or worse, the one praying. When she finally finished, Shadowheart turned her head to look at him, her gaze sharp and slightly suspicious. "What do you want from me?" she asked, her tone edged with irritation, as if she was already anticipating a nuisance. "I want to know more about the soul," Alex replied directly, though his voice held a tentative edge. Shadowheart's eyes scanned him, sizing him up. Her gaze was piercing, as if she could see straight through him. "You don't strike me as someone who would be interested in such a subject," she remarked, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Alex followed her gaze down to his own form, noting her subtle mockery. But he remained unfazed. "Let's not waste time," she continued, her voice growing more serious. "What do you want to know?" "What exactly is a soul?" Alex asked, his tone steady, but inside he was brimming with questions. Shadowheart closed her eyes, pondering how to best explain such an abstract concept. When she spoke, her voice was calm, almost reverent. "A soul is the very essence of who we are. It holds our memories, emotions, and everything that makes us unique individuals. When we die, our soul leaves our body and travels to the afterlife, where it's judged by the gods based on the life we've led." Alex leaned in slightly, his curiosity piqued. "So, it's like an immortal part of us?" "Precisely," Shadowheart nodded. "It's believed that the soul is eternal, surviving beyond the death of the body. It can be influenced by powerful magic, even trapped or destroyed, but it is the core of our existence. Without it, we are not truly alive." Alex's mind raced. "Can a soul grow?" "Yes," she said, her tone softening. "A soul matures as we do, expanding with each experience, every emotion, every choice we make. It's a reflection of our growth as beings." "And what about those who don't have a soul?" Alex's voice dropped to a whisper, as if he feared the answer. Shadowheart's expression grew somber. "Those without a soul are truly lost. They are empty, devoid of true feeling or purpose. They might walk and talk like the living, but they are mere shells, existing without the vital spark that gives life meaning. Such beings are often the result of dark magic or severe curses." A tragic, Pitiful creatures. Alex felt a chill run down his spine. Shadowheart's words struck a deep chord within him. He hadn't been born in the conventional sense. He was engineered in a lab, crafted by a man whose obsession bordered on madness. Did that mean he was soulless, and if so, was that why Withers had seen a mere seed of a soul within him? Was that all he had, or just the potential for what others possessed naturally? Is there any way to gain a soul if one doesn't have it? Alex asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Shadowheart studied him for a moment before answering. There are ancient tales of beings who have regained their souls, often through acts of great sacrifice or redemption. Some believe it's a gift from the gods, given to those who prove themselves worthy. But these are rare, almost mythical occurrences. Why do you ask? Did you sell your soul to a devil? She raised an eyebrow, half joking, half serious. No, nothing like that, Alex quickly lied, trying to sound casual. I just came across a book that mentioned something about a seed of a soul, and it got me thinking. Shadowheart's expression turned contemplative. A seed of a soul? That's an interesting concept. I believe I've heard something like that before. It's said that before birth, a baby possesses a seed or a tiny, undeveloped soul. When they are born, that seed blossoms into a full soul, growing as they grow. Alex nodded, though his mind was far from at ease. The idea of having only a seed of a soul, a mere possibility of something more, was deeply unsettling. But he knew he couldn't press the matter further without raising suspicion. Thank you for the information, he said, his voice tight as he turned away. Shadowheart watched him for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly, but she said nothing more as Alex walked back to his tent. He ducked inside, closing himself off from the rest of the group. Alone, he tried to organize his thoughts, but the answers he had received only led to more questions. After Gale and Taff woke up not long after the others, Taff noticed Alex sitting near his tent, lost in thought. Concerned, Taff approached him, his expression that of a worried friend. Where have you been? Shadowheart mentioned you came from deep within the temple, Taff asked, his voice tinged with curiosity and concern. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to read some books in that room with the big statue in the middle, Alex replied, his tone casual as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Taff's eyebrows shot up in surprise. You read the books there? Shouldn't I have done that? Alex asked, picking up on Taff's reaction. No, it's just, those books are ancient, written in languages most of us can't understand, and they mostly talk about an old god no one around here has heard of, Taff explained, clearly puzzled by Alex's choice. Alex nodded, understanding Taff's surprise. The books were indeed obscure, but he had found them fascinating, especially since they seemed to hint at a deity that bore a striking resemblance to Withers. But rather than dive into that mystery, Alex merely shrugged. It was relaxing. Taff chuckled softly, shaking his head. If you say so. As the group prepared to leave the church, Alex approached Taff again, his mind set on a particular destination. Is it a problem if I go and explore the crashed Nautiloid? He asked. Taff considered this for a moment. We already cleared out everything that was there and checked all there was to check, but sure, I don't see a problem with it. Maybe it'll help with your memory loss. After you're done, meet us at the Grove, Taff said, patting Alex on the shoulder before heading off with the others. Alex watched Taff walk away, noting how naturally the man fell into the role of a leader. His friendly demeanor and easy trust made him a natural choice. It wasn't hard to see why the others followed him. The Nautiloid crash site was just a few meters south of the church's front door. As Alex approached, the air grew thicker with the stench of death and decay. The aftermath of the crash was grislier. Corpses lay strewn about, their bodies torn and mangled by something with claws. A little further on, Alex found the culprit, a brain with legs, lying motionless on the sand, half of it charred by some magical fire. The grotesque creature resembled a disembodied brain, mounted on four bestial, double-jointed legs tipped with talons. Alex stepped closer, inhaling deeply as he crouched beside the fallen creature. He placed his hand on it, and in response, red and black tendrils snaked out from his arm, engulfing the abomination and absorbing its body. The brain with legs was consumed, leaving nothing behind. Satisfied, Alex stood and approached one of the nautiloid's few intact walls, composed of fleshy, organic material. He placed his hand on it, letting the tendrils extend once more. They burrowed into the wall, extracting a sample of the nautiloid's flesh before retracting back into Alex's arm, leaving a gaping hole. He continued deeper into the wreckage, ignoring the stench of burning flesh that permeated the air, remnants of the fires that still flickered here and there. The ship was a ruined husk, filled with more of those brain creatures, each one dead or burned, frozen, or smashed by the Taft's party who had cleared the area before him. Finally, Alex found what he was searching for, a mind flayer, a grotesque humanoid creature with a squid-like head. Unfortunately, its head had been crushed to pulp, likely by one of Taft's companions during the earlier battle. Kneeling beside the corpse, Alex sighed. He placed his hand on what remained of the mind flayer, allowing the tendrils to consume it completely. With the DNA samples secured, Alex felt a grim satisfaction. Finished with his exploration, Alex made his way back to the grove, only to find that Taft and his group had already left to explore elsewhere. He asked around and found that while the man who had greeted them at the gate had left together with Taft's group after a brief discussion, heading off on some urgent matter. It was clear whatever they were dealing with was important, as they hadn't even stopped to visit Nettie, the healer. Alex considered tracking them down using his enhanced sense of smell but decided against it. This was an opportunity to test the new powers he had just acquired without the watchful eyes of his companions. As he was heading towards the gate, ready to put his abilities to the test, he noticed 3 tiefling children lingering nearby, their eyes darting around as if searching for something or someone. As soon as they spotted Alex, they ran towards him, their expressions a mix of worry and urgency. "Hey, you were with Taft, right?" A young tiefling girl with a scarf over her left eye approached Alex, her voice edged with urgency. Alex nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the distressed look on the kids' faces. "Good," the tiefling continued, clearly relieved. "We have a problem, and we need your help urgently." "Why ask me?" Alex replied, his tone neutral, though a flicker of curiosity sparked within him. "We wanted to ask Taft and his friends, but they left before we could talk to them," she explained, glancing briefly at her companions, who nodded in agreement. "And how exactly can I help?" Alex asked, his gaze drifting over the anxious expressions of the tiefling children. There was something more than just worry in their eyes, a mix of fear and desperation. "One of us, Mercer. We can't find him," the girl said, her voice trembling slightly. Alex's expression softened. "I'll help." "Do you have anything that belongs to him? Something that carries his scent?" The tiefling hesitated, her fingers curling protectively around something in her pocket. Her friends murmured something to her in hushed tones, urging her on. With a resigned sigh, she slowly pulled out a black braided bracelet. Alex reached out for it, but she instinctively pulled back, her eyes locking onto his. "Take care of it," she said firmly, her voice almost pleading. "It's very important to Mercer. It's all he has left from his mother." Alex met her gaze, his expression serious. "I promise, I'll keep it safe." The girl seemed to relax slightly, and with a final nod, she placed the bracelet into Alex's palm. He could feel the tension easing as he turned away, seeking a more secluded spot in the grove. There, out of sight, he brought the bracelet to his nose, taking in its scent. Mercer's scent was faint, but it was enough. Alex carefully tucked the bracelet back into his pocket and began his search. As he walked through the grove, the familiar smells of nature and the bustling activity around him became background noise. He was focused entirely on Mercer's scent, tracking it like a hunter. At one point, he paused, his attention drawn to an ox standing quietly by itself. There was something off about it, something that didn't align with what he knew of these creatures. The smell was wrong, too faint, too cold. "What are you?" Alex asked, more to himself than the ox, who simply stared back at him with unblinking eyes. Not getting any response, Alex turned to a nearby tiefling who was busy tending to the other oxen. "Is this ox different from the others?" he asked. The tiefling shook his head, not looking up from his work. "No, just a bit more docile than the rest. Alex took one last look at the strange ox before continuing on his way. He followed Mercan's scent trail, which led him out of the grove and down to a secluded beach at the back. There, standing ankle-deep in the water, was a young tiefling boy with brown-gray hair. Mercan. He was staring out at the horizon, completely entranced. As Alex drew closer, he heard a haunting melody that seemed to pull at his very soul, urging him to step into the water, to follow the voice. For a brief moment, he felt his will slipping, almost giving in to the call. But then, his mind snapped back. A psionic barrier, something he had acquired from the intellect devourer, surged around his brain, blocking the insidious influence. The tugging sensation faded, and clarity returned. A harsh screech shattered the air, drawing Alex's attention to three bird-like women perched on a red rock column nearby. They had the bodies of women but with wings for arms and sharp claws for feet. The one in the middle, clearly the leader, wore a bone mask and a necklace made of small bones. They were harpies, and their intent was clear in the way they puffed their feathers and screeched in anger. Alex glanced at Mercan, who was snapping out of his trance, looking around in confusion and fear. He didn't have much time. One of the harpies suddenly launched herself from the rock, diving straight for the boy. Alex moved with lightning speed, his fist connecting with the harpy's face before she could reach her target. The force of the punch was brutal. He felt the bones in her skull crack under his knuckles. The harpy was sent hurtling back, crashing into the rock column. She didn't move again. The other two harpies screeched in fury, launching themselves into the air, talons extended as they dive-bombed toward Alex and Mercan. Without hesitation, Alex scooped the boy into his arms and dashed away, moving too fast for the harpies to follow. They missed their mark and were forced to circle back, screeching in frustration. Alex set Mercan down behind him and quickly gathered a few small rocks from the ground. With pinpoint accuracy, he hurled them at the remaining harpies. The rocks shot through the air like bullets, tearing through the harpies' wings and bodies. They fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, lifeless. With the threat neutralized, Alex turned to Mercan, who was staring at him with wide, astonished eyes. "Are you all right?" Alex asked, his voice gentler now. Mercan nodded slowly, his shock giving way to relief. "Yes. Thank you for saving me." Alex offered a small smile, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the black bracelet. "Here, your friends gave this to me. You can have it back now." The boy's eyes lit up as he took the bracelet, clutching it tightly to his chest. "Thanks," he said quietly, before turning and running back toward the grove, eager to reunite with his friends. Alex watched him go, ensuring the boy was safely out of sight before turning his attention back to the harpy bodies. He dragged one of the corpses behind a nearby rock, out of sight from any wandering eyes. Placing his hand on the lifeless harpy, Alex allowed his tendrils to emerge, consuming the body with an eerie efficiency. "Pathetic," he muttered, his eyes scanning the area where the harpies had made their nest. They were weak, a simple fusion of bird and human, nothing more. But their song that could be useful. Perhaps he could integrate it, adapt it for his own purposes. As he finished consuming the harpy, new information flooded into his mind. A knowledge of a larger harpy tribe not far from here, numbering in the hundreds. It was a potential source of biomass if he ever needed it. But first, he had other matters to attend to. With one last glance at the harpy nest, Alex turned and made his way back toward the grove. As Alex made his way back to the grove, he decided to take a detour. It was during this quiet moment that his ears caught a sound of someone singing, so off-key it made him wince. The reason why he took the detour, he followed the sound until he found the source. There, sitting on a rock, was a young tiefling woman. The woman had a striking and ethereal appearance, one that commanded attention with its otherworldly beauty. Her skin was a soft, cool shade of lavender, giving her an almost ethereal quality, as if she was sculpted from twilight itself. This hue contrasted beautifully with her deep, dark eyes, which gleamed with an intense orange glow that seemed to burn from within, lacking any visible pupils. Her gaze was both mesmerizing and unsettling, hinting at the power and the mystery she held. Her face was framed by a cascade of wavy hair that blended from a deep, rich purple at the roots to a vibrant magenta at the tips. This dramatic gradient gave her a vivid and striking appearance, the colors vibrant against her pale lavender skin. Her hair was swept back, revealing a pair of large, curved horns that jutted out from her forehead and arched backward. These horns were dark and ridged, with a rough texture that contrasted with the smoothness of her skin. Her ears were elongated and pointed, adding to her distinctly non-human features. They flared out slightly, the tips tapering to delicate points that added a touch of elegance to her fierce look. She wore clothing that was intricately designed. The colors of her outfit matched the palette of her skin and hair, soft blues and purples that accentuated her natural coloring while also offering protection. The materials looked sturdy yet supple. "It sounds like a cat being strangled," she muttered in frustration, her fingers plucking the lute strings without much conviction. "Are you all right?" Alex asked, genuinely curious. She let out a deep sigh. "No, I'm moments away from a grisly death at the hands of this bloody song." Alex stifled a laugh, though he couldn't help it. The harpies had planned to kill her for how bad she was at singing. "I'm sure it's not that bad," he said, though his tone was more comforting than truthful. "I can't get it right. Nothing works," she said, her frustration evident in every word. "Maybe I can help," Alex offered, stepping closer. She looked at him with a mix of hope and skepticism. "It can't hurt, I suppose. I have an extra lute if you want to play along." "Sure, but first, what's the song about?" Alex asked, wanting to understand the source of her struggle. The woman took a shaky breath, her eyes glazing over with memories. "It's about my teacher, Lihala. She loved dancing, even though she had 2 left feet," she said with a small, sad smile. "I remember waking up one night on the road and seeing her dancing beneath the stars, a huge smile on her face." Her smile faded, replaced by a deep sadness. "Thinking about it now, it makes my heart ache, and the words, they crumble like ash." She paused for a moment, then a light sparked in her eyes. "Wait," she said, almost to herself. She strummed the lute and began to sing again, her voice carrying the new words she'd just found. "Words of mine will turn to ash." "That's perfect." "What would you say to her if she were here?" Alex asked, sensing that this was more than just about finding the right words. The tiefling looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. That it's okay." "That I'll be okay." "That's perfect." "Thank you for everything." Alex smiled softly, recognizing the importance of the moment. "Let me get used to the lute." "I'm a bit rusty, but I'll play with you," he said, taking the lute and strumming it tentatively. She nodded, her spirits lifting as she watched him. Despite his words, Alex wasn't as rusty as he claimed. One of the peoples he had consumed had known how to play the lute, and those memories flowed through him now, guiding his fingers. "I'm ready," Alex said after a few moments, the lute feeling familiar in his hands. The woman stood, taking a deep breath before nodding. Together, they began to play, their voices blending as they sang. The song carried the weight of her pain, a bittersweet melody that echoed through the grove. When they finished, she sat down, tears streaming down her face. Alex was moved by the song too, and as he played, memories he had long buried began to surface. Memories of Silver, the dog he once cared for back when he still had feelings, back when he still cared deeply about anything. Silver wasn't really his dog, or his mother would have beaten him to death if he'd tried to bring him home. No, Silver was a stray, an old, small dog with gleaming silver fur who lived on the streets. Alex and his sister, Dana, had named him Silver, and for almost 2 years, Silver had been their constant companion. He was a beacon of light in their harsh world, his wagging tail and playful barks a source of joy and comfort. But one day, everything changed. No matter how many times they called for Silver, he didn't respond. Panic set in, and they searched everywhere until Alex found him, lying lifeless in the old, worn-out box where he slept. The sight of Silver's still body was a crushing blow, and Alex fought to hold back his tears. He didn't want Dana to see him cry. He had to be strong for her. He covered Silver's body with some papers from a nearby bin, a makeshift shroud for their fallen friend. Later, when Dana asked about Silver, Alex lied, telling her someone had adopted him. Dana believed him, and the light brought her some comfort. That night, unable to sleep, Alex returned to the place where he had covered Silver. The box was gone, but the emptiness it left behind was profound. He stood there, staring at the spot, the weight of his loss pressing down on him until he finally broke down, sobbing quietly. Losing Silver felt like losing a part of himself, a part that cared, that loved, that felt deeply. Now, as he looked at a woman before him, who had finally stopped crying, Alex felt a connection, a shared understanding of loss and the pain of remembering those who were gone. A part of him, the part that still held on to those buried emotions, stirred. "That song was beautiful," Alex said softly, offering her a small, sincere smile, his voice tinged with the echoes of his own sorrow. "Thanks," she replied, her voice still shaky. "This is the first time I've played since Lihala died." She was playing her lute. "We didn't hear the gnolls coming. There was so much blood. I can still smell it." "I'm sure your teacher would be proud of you," he said gently, trying to offer her some comfort. She smiled weakly. "Hey." She would probably yell at me for that clunky verse and make me play until my fingers were raw. "And that's what I'm going to do." Finish the Weeping Dawn for her. "I have a long way to go. But thank you. I needed this." She glanced at the lute Alex was holding. "You can keep it," she said, her voice steadying, a hint of warmth returning. Alex took off his hood, revealing his face, and gently handed the lute back to her. "I can't. It would probably get destroyed with me. But I'd like to play together again, if you want." "Of course." She smiled at him, a genuine smile this time. "Of course. But you need to work a bit on your skill." "My name is Alfira, by the way." "I should have introduced myself earlier," she teased, a playful twinkle in her eyes. "I will." "I'm Alex," he replied, matching her smile. "See you around." He waved as he turned to leave, feeling a little lighter. At the gate, the same Tiefling children who had pleaded for his help were waiting. Merkin stood among them, his eyes wide and filled with a mix of awe and unease. "Thanks for saving Merkin." "Here's your reward," the Tiefling girl said, holding out a small pouch to Alex, her voice a mix of gratitude and reluctance. "I don't need it," Alex replied, his tone firm but gentle as he waved off the offer. His gaze shifted to Merkin, who seemed to shrink under the attention, flinching ever so slightly. "How are you feeling?" Alex asked, his voice softening as he tried to put the boy at ease. "I'm good. A broken bar." "Thanks for saving me," Merkin muttered, his eyes downcast. There was a weight to his words, an unspoken fear that clung to his every syllable. This was why Alex kept his true strength hidden. He knew that if they saw the full extent of his power, they would either fear him or worship him as some kind of savior. He wanted neither. The last thing he desired was to be placed on a pedestal or cast into the shadows of their fear. Even now, the other children were trying to appear brave, but every now and then, their facade slipped, and they betrayed the nervous glances they exchanged. "Take care," Alex said softly before turning to leave. The children visibly relaxed the moment he was out of sight, their tension melting away as if a storm had passed. "Are you really sure about what you saw?" "He doesn't look that strong to me," the girl with the covered eye whispered, casting one last glance at the gate before turning her skeptical gaze on Merkin. "Did you see his palms? Smooth as a baby's." "No way he could kill a harpy with one punch," another boy added, doubt dripping from his words. "I'm telling the truth," Merkin protested, his voice rising in frustration. But his words were met with dubious looks. The girl with the covered eye sighed, her skepticism deepening. They hadn't wanted to give Alex anything, planning to plead poverty if he ever asked for a reward. But after what Merkin had told them about how Alex dealt with the harpies, an unease had settled over them. Who was this stranger, really? The path beyond the gate was marked with the remnants of violence. Patches of blood stained the ground, though the bodies had been cleared away. Alex turned right, his footsteps purposeful as he continued on his way. As he walked, something caught his eye, a body lying in a pool of blood. Squatting down, he saw that it was an old man, his abdomen torn open by a massive claw. The man's face was twisted in a final, silent scream. Without hesitation, Alex placed his hand on the corpse, his fingers curling as he began to consume the body. The rush of memories was almost overwhelming, but he sifted through them with practiced ease, gleaning the details he needed. The man, Edwin, had been a true soul of the Absolute, one of the cult's devoted followers. Like others in the cult, A strange tadpole had burrowed into his brain, binding him to the will of the Absolute. But the memories revealed something more. Edwin had been killed by an owl bear that resided in a nearby cave. Yet, the tadpole had been removed from his head before Alex arrived. This revelation troubled Alex. The Absolute cult was more dangerous than he had anticipated. Its army was vast, numbering at least 500 goblins, not counting the beasts, drow, and ogres they commanded. The tieflings and druids in the grove were strong, but their numbers were too few. They were no match for the overwhelming force of the Absolute. The area to the east was already under the cult's control, leaving the grove residents with no escape. Clearing a path through the goblins would be a monumental task, one that only someone of Alex's abilities could accomplish. Do I really want to go against an army backed by a mysterious god? Alex asked himself, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. But the answer came swiftly and with certainty. Yes. He knew too much about the biology of the tadpoles, the way they warped and controlled the minds of those they infected. If he didn't act, he wouldn't just be facing a small army. The entire continent could fall to the Mind Flayer's influence, and that was a future he could not allow. High above the ground, Alex soared through the sky, his wings spread wide, blending with the clouds. From below, anyone who chanced to look up would see nothing more than a distant bird. But Alex's eyes were fixed on the village below, where a group of ogres, goblins, gnolls, wargs, and hyenas had gathered. His eyes narrowed, and with a powerful beat of his wings, he began his descent. Lump, a large and brutish ogre, was lounging in the broken remains of a house, talking to his more dim-witted comrades. Such a delectable fresh meal, gentlemen, Lump said with a toothy grin, his eyes gleaming with savage delight. The other two ogres grunted in agreement, their simple minds consumed by thoughts of their next feast. I hope we get to eat more soon. I'm still not satiated, Lump added, licking his lips in anticipation. But just as the words left his mouth, a deafening roar filled the air, followed by a violent tremor that shook the ground beneath them. Lump's eyes darted around in confusion, his instincts telling him something was terribly wrong. His comrades, equally bewildered, stood up, their heavy clubs at the ready. Lump lumbered out of the broken house, his massive frame casting a long shadow over the village square. What he saw next made his blood run cold. A crater had appeared in the middle of the square, and at its center stood a man who seemed far too small to have caused such destruction. The man was holding a goblin by the neck, his grip unyielding as the goblin thrashed and stabbed at him, its dagger barely piercing the man's skin. With a sickening crunch, the man snapped the goblin's neck, and then, as if the horror of the moment wasn't enough, a pair of tendrils so fleshy and grotesque emerged from the man's back, wrapping around the goblin's corpse and consuming it whole. Lump blinked, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Before he could react, his comrades charged at the man, their clubs raised high, intent on crushing this intruder. But the man was faster than they could have anticipated. With a fluid, almost graceful movement, he flipped over the ogres, landing behind them with cat-like agility. His arms shifted, morphing into a pair of deadly steel claws. He swung them with precision, slicing through the ogres' hamstrings, bringing the massive brutes to their knees. Before they could even cry out, the man's right arm transformed into a long, gleaming blade. With one swift motion, he beheaded the kneeling ogres, their heads rolling to the ground with a dull thud. Lump stood there, paralyzed with fear. In the span of a few heartbeats, this impossible force had killed his comrades. Without breaking a sweat, Lump's mind raced, but no thoughts of escape or retaliation came to him. All he could do was stare in stunned silence as the man turned to face him, the cold, merciless eyes of a predator locking onto his own. Alex couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. From the memories he'd absorbed until now, he knew that ogres were supposed to be formidable creatures, deadly, with tough hides that could withstand the fiercest of blows, even if they were a bit lacking in intelligence. But these ogres are broken bar. They were no challenge at all. For a human, they might have been terrifying foes, but for him, they were nothing more than pests. Turning around, Alex's sharp eyes caught sight of another ogre, this one just standing there, frozen, staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. But before Alex could make a move, he heard shouts and howls coming from his right. He turned his head slightly and saw a swarm of goblins, gnolls, wargs, and hyenas charging toward him, their eyes filled with savage intent. A sudden sharp pain stung the back of his head. A goblin archer's arrow, but the force behind it was so weak it barely nicked his skin. With a calm, almost casual motion, Alex placed his hands on the decapitated ogres at his feet. His fingers seemed to sink into the flesh as he consumed them, drawing in their biomass, their genetic material, adding it to his own. He could feel the rush of power surging through him, but it still wasn't enough. With a powerful leap, he launched himself high into the air. As he soared, his hands morphed, growing larger and bulkier until they resembled a pair of wrecking balls. He plummeted back down, landing with a devastating force that crushed the goblins beneath him into a bloody pulp. The impact sent a massive shockwave rippling outwards, but Alex wasn't finished. Raising his hammer-like fists high above his head, he slammed them into the ground with all his might. The earth quaked from the impact, and a heartbeat later, black spikes sharp and deadly erupted from the ground around him, impaling anything that had dared to approach. When the spikes receded, all that remained were bodies riddled with holes, lifeless and still. As the battlefield fell silent, Alex shifted his hands back to their normal form and placed them on the ground. Tendrils of flesh sprouted from his arms, spreading across the ground like creeping vines, hungrily consuming the remains of his fallen enemies. The tendrils then retracted back into his body, leaving nothing but bare earth behind. He glanced at his hand, flexing his fingers as he assessed the situation. Even after consuming so much biomass, I'm barely half full, Alex mused. The ability he had absorbed from the intellect devourer to compress and expand his massa was impressive. It allowed him to change his density at will, far beyond what he could do before. He suspected that at full capacity, his strength would be nearly double what it once was. Even his dive bomb had been more powerful than he'd expected. Lump, the last ogre, was paralyzed with terror. He had never seen anything like this, a broken bar thing that stood before him. Lump knew it wasn't human, nor was it an elf or any other race he'd encountered. The way it moved, the way it shifted and changed form, and the raw, overwhelming power it displayed to it was beyond anything Lump could comprehend. And it was clear to Lump that there was no way to defeat it. But why wasn't Lump running away? His feet felt like they were rooted to the spot, and his heart pounded in his chest, hammering out a rhythm of pure fear. Then, as if to answer the unspoken question, the creature shifted its arm once more, transforming it into a long, spine-like whip made of steel, with a sharp blade at its tip. As he waved his arm, the whip lashed out, impaling a goblin perched on a nearby roof. The goblin didn't even have time to scream before the blade punched through its chest, killing it instantly. The whip retracted, pulling the goblin's corpse back to the creature, where it was swiftly consumed by those terrifying flesh tendrils. Now, the creature's gaze turned back to Lump. Panic surged through Lump's mind, and he did the only thing he could think of to save his own skin. Alex paused, his gaze narrowing as he observed the strange behavior of the ogre before him. Lump had dropped to the ground on all fours, his face pressed into the dirt. Then, to Alex's surprise, Lump began to speak. "Oh great powerful one, please spare this lowly ogre's life. In turn, I will serve you faithfully until the end of my days," Lump pleaded, his voice trembling with fear and desperation. Intrigued, Alex delved into the memories of the two ogres he had just consumed, searching for any useful information about Lump. The memories were simple, more animalistic than human, but one detail caught Alex's attention. "You're smarter than an ogre should be," Alex remarked, his interest piqued by Lump's unexpected eloquence. "Oh yes, your greatness must be intrigued by my show of higher intelligence than my kind," Lump responded quickly, sensing a sliver of hope. "And the answer is rather simple. I possess a magic item that makes me smarter than I should ever be." Alex tilted his head slightly, considering this. "Do you have more items like the one that makes you smarter?" "I'm afraid not, Great One," Lump answered, his voice quivering. Silence hung in the air as Alex contemplated Lump's fate. "So, "You're asking me to spare your life," Alex said, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the trembling ogre. Lump could feel the ground shaking ever so slightly with each step. His heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. Sweat poured down his brow, and he struggled to catch his breath. "But you didn't spare the lives of the people from this village," Alex continued, his voice cold and unyielding. "No matter how they pleaded, no matter if they were young or old, you still ripped them apart with a smile on your face." "Please, Great One," Lump begged, his voice breaking. "I was led astray by those fanatics. I swear I will change my ways. Just please, spare this lowly ogre's life." Alex considered Lump's desperate plea. A smart ogre could prove useful, especially in the defense of the grove. And if Lump turned out to be untrustworthy, Alex could easily dispose of him. Besides, Lump presented an interesting opportunity, one that Alex intended to explore further. Alex made his decision. "Fine, but if you don't keep your word," Alex warned, lifting Lump by the head and staring deep into his eyes. The ogre's thick skull felt like it was being crushed in a vice. The creature's grip was so strong. No matter how much Lump tried to move, he was utterly powerless. Lump gulped, nodding frantically. "Thank you, Great One," he stammered as Alex released him, and he staggered back, putting as much distance between himself and Alex as possible. "Don't make me regret it, Lump," Alex said, his voice carrying a chilling finality. Lump froze, his breath catching in his throat. He hadn't told this creature his name, not once. Yet somehow, Alex knew it. Scanning the area, Alex's eyes fell on a dark gnome tied to a windmill, its blade spinning slowly. The goblins had clearly tied him up there, for their twisted amusement, watching him go around and around. Goblins are dumb, Alex thought, his gaze lingering on the gnome for a moment before making a decision. "Hey, stop the mill!" the gnome shouted, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Lump, stay here." "I'm going inside the mill to stop it," Alex ordered, not bothering to wait for a response. Lump, too terrified to disobey, nodded and sat on a nearby rock, his mind still reeling from the encounter. Inside what remained of the mill, Alex surveyed the scene, his eyes locking onto the mill's main mechanism. Two levers jutted out from the contraption, and he instinctively reached for the one labeled brake. With a firm tug, the creaking gears groaned to a halt, and the whirring of the mill ceased. The silence that followed felt almost eerie, amplified by the muffled curses coming from the gnome still tied up on the floor. "Untie me now," the gnome barked, writhing against his restraints, his voice tinged with a mixture of anger and desperation. Ignoring the gnome's outburst, Alex called out, "Lump, get me a knife." The command was sharp, cutting through the stillness. The obedient ogre nodded, lumbering off towards a nearby house. Alex turned back to the gnome, who was glaring at him with eyes narrowed into slits. "What are you staring at?" the gnome snapped, clearly displeased with his continued captivity. Alex chuckled, leaning in slightly. "You know, for someone who got caught by goblins because he slipped on shit, you're awfully feisty." The gnome's face flushed a lighter shade of blue, his eyes widening in shock. "What? How did you know?" he sputtered, the embarrassment evident in his voice. Alex shrugged nonchalantly, turning away just as Lump came barreling back, a dagger cradled in his massive hands. "Here, oh Great One," Lump said, bowing his head and offering the dagger with reverence, his palms open as if presenting a sacred relic. Alex took the dagger with a swift motion and slashed through the ropes, setting the gnome free. The dark-skinned creature dropped to the ground, rubbing his sore wrists before dusting off his pants. "Well, go on, ask me for a reward," the gnome said, his tone tired as he stood up straighter. Alex raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. "And why would I do that?" he asked, the corners of his mouth twitching as he fought back a smirk. The centrifugal force of the mill must have done more than just jolt his body. It seemed to have shaken up the gnome's wits as well. "Isn't that what you surfaced dwellers do?" the gnome retorted, sounding almost disappointed. "You help out my kind, and then you expect something in return." Alex's mind drifted back to the flare he'd found nailed to a well, the memories of tieflings and dark gnomes suffering just because of their origins. "No, I don't need any reward." "But maybe you can tell me what you're doing here." The gnome blinked, caught off guard by Alex's response. That's unexpected. You're not gonna come after me later for this, are you? Alex shook his head. No tricks. Just tell me. Fine, the gnome relented, his shoulders relaxing. I'm looking for my friend. We got separated when those goblins attacked us. He walked over to a nearby wall and disappeared into a narrow hole. His voice echoed as he called back, they took my backpack. If you find it, it's yours. Funny little guy, Alex muttered under his breath, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Do you know where his friend might be? Alex asked Lump, turning to the ogre. Number. I was a broken bar preoccupied with other things, Lump admitted, shuffling awkwardly. And stop calling me a great one. My name's Alex. Of course, greater broken bar I mean, Alex, sir, Lump stammered, clearly flustered. Alex rolled his eyes, and walked at the back of the windmill where a cellar door was. He made his way down into the dank space. There, among the cobwebs and dust, he found the gnome's backpack. Inside was a strange, volatile powder, but what really caught his eye was a small chest beside it. Smashing the lock open with a satisfying crunch, Alex uncovered a pair of silvery boots, shimmering faintly as if alive with energy. He climbed back up, clutching his prize, only to find Lump devouring a dead sheep. Lump, come here. The ogre reluctantly tore himself away from his meal, shuffling over to Alex's side. I found these boots, Alex said, holding them up. They generate electricity when I move. Know anything about them? Lump shook his head. No, only an artificer can truly decipher the properties of magical items. And I suppose there isn't one nearby? Alex asked, already knowing the answer. No, not that I know of. Guess I'll have to figure it out myself, Alex said with a grin. Slipping on the boots, he began to shuffle his feet experimentally. Each movement sent sparks flying, the intensity growing with his speed. Curious, he reached out and touched Lump. The ogre's arm spasmed violently as electricity surged through him. Testing the boots to their limit, Alex began to shuffle his feet faster and faster, his movements blurring with speed. The boots struggled to contain the surging electricity, crackling with energy as if they were on the verge of bursting. Lump watched with a mix of curiosity and fear, his eyes wide as he anticipated what Alex would do next. Finally, Alex reached out and touched the remains of the sheep carcass. The moment his hand made contact, a bolt of electricity shot out, and the part of the carcass he touched was instantly charred to a crisp. The smell of burnt meat filled the air as the flesh crackled and blackened under the intense heat. Now that's something, Alex said, admiring the boots with newfound appreciation. Lump swallowed nervously, relieved to be out of the line of fire. But Alex's hand had paid the price, burnt from the experiment. Yet, as always, his regenerative powers kicked in, healing the burn almost instantly. As they continued to explore the village, Alex's senses prickled. Footsteps echoed in the distance, growing louder. He pressed himself against the remnants of a wall, focusing on the approaching mines. Another one of those intellect devourer perks, a kind of mental radar. The voices reached his ears before the figures came into view. What the fuck made that? A female voice demanded, no doubt referring to the crater Alex had inadvertently created. It looks like something massive fell from the sky, but where's the thing? Another voice chimed in. Recognition sparked in Alex's mind. It was Gale. Cautiously, he stepped out from his hiding spot, waving a hand in greeting. Weapons shot up in reflex, only to lower just as quickly when they saw it was him. You really need to stop doing that, Asterion said, clutching his chest as if his heart had nearly leapt out. Hey, Alex, Taff greeted, stepping forward with a warm smile. What are you doing here? Alex shrugged casually. Heard a big boom in this direction, so I came to check it out. I've only been here for about 5 minutes. Taff nodded. Yeah, we heard it all the way from the grove. Any idea what caused it? Alex feigned ignorance, shaking his head. No clue. But Hevra or Waitver did it. Might be behind the disappearance of all the goblins. Taff frowned. That's been bugging us too. We were ready for a fight. Buta broken bar nothing. Alex's eyes drifted past Taff, landing on a striking figure standing behind him. A tall, muscular tiefling woman, her vermilion skin marred by scars and burns. Tattoos snaked along her left arm and down her abdomen, while small metallic-rimmed holes dotted her shoulders. A fiery glow emanated from her chest, and her entire body seemed to be wreathed in subtle flames. Despite her formidable appearance, her face was surprisingly gentle, with a soft, almost kind expression. Her pointed ears peeked through her dark brown hair, which was streaked with reddish accents and adorned with simple braids held in place by metal discs. Her left horn curved backward and out, while the right one was broken off, giving her a rugged, battle-hardened look. Her dark yellow eyes, with their distinctive slit pupils, seemed to glow with an inner fire, while light moles and freckles dotted her nose and upper cheeks. Taff noticed Alex's gaze and turned to introduce her. "This is Karlach." "Karlach, meet Alex." He was with us on the ship but, by some stroke of luck, avoided getting a tadpole. "Lucky bastard," Karlach said with a grin, extending her hand. Alex took it, only to jerk back as he felt the searing heat of her touch. "Sorry about that," Karlach said, glancing at his hand with concern. "Why are you so hot?" Alex asked, genuinely curious. He had seen plenty of tieflings at the Grove, but none of them were literally on fire like her. Karlach thumped her chest proudly, the sound of metal ringing out. "Infernal engine, baby," she replied with a playful wink. Alex wanted to ask more, but Taff cut in, bringing the focus back to the matter at hand. "Now that we're all here, what do you think we should do?" "We've got a few hours until sunset." Alex cleared his throat, about to speak when he remembered something. "Lump, come out." The ogre lumbered out from behind the wall, bowing slightly to the group. Weapons were immediately drawn again, the tension palpable. "This is Lump," Alex began. "He's a smart ogre who wants to fight against the Absolute." Leslie scoffed, her eyes narrowing. "Do you take us for fools? He's an ogre. They only care about gold and meat." Lump nodded solemnly. "It's true, I do have a fondness for both gold and meat. But I assure you, I can prove my worth in battle." Gale studied the ogre with a curious expression. "This one does seem a broken bar different. Most ogres can barely form a coherent sentence, and that's being generous." Taff remained cautious. "Let's say we'll let you join us." "What's to stop you from turning on us when we're vulnerable?" Astarion jumped in, his voice laced with skepticism. "Wait. You're seriously considering this?" "He's an ogre. They're not exactly known for their loyalty." Lump raised a hand, his expression earnest. "I understand your hesitation. As a gesture of good faith, I offer you this." He pulled out a horn, intricately carved and polished. "Blow this, and I will come to your aid, no matter where you are. I will remain in this village, should you require my services." The group exchanged glances, the decision hanging in the air. The ogre's offer was more than unexpected, oh it was intriguing. Taff carefully took the horn, turning it over in his hands as Gale inspected it with a discerning eye. "There's something magical about this horn," Gale muttered, his brow furrowing in concentration. "It seems to possess some kind of tethering enchantment." Meanwhile, Lump lumbered back toward the dilapidated house where Alex had initially found him, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. "Now that we've dealt with that," Taff said, breaking the silence, "we should start searching the area. We might find something useful." Karlach, Leslie, and Astarion entered one of the houses, while Alex, Taff, Gale, and Shadowheart chose another. The air inside was carrying the scent of dried herbs and old wood. "This place looks like an apothecary," Taff observed, noting the herbs strung up along the ceiling and the various glass bottles filled with mysterious liquids. The group scoured the room, taking everything that seemed remotely useful: herbs, oils, trinkets, and even some cured meats. As they rummaged through the clutter, Taff's eyes landed on a dusty book tucked away in a corner. As he flipped through its brittle pages, he found a reference to a hidden cellar. Intrigued, they searched further, and soon enough, Alex discovered a hatch concealed beneath a threadbare carpet. "I'll go first, just to be sure it's safe," he volunteered, lifting the hatch and descending the ladder. At the bottom, Alex found himself in a fairly large, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old books, vials, and various instruments for potion making. He examined the space carefully, and behind a stack of crates, he He spotted a lever. Without hesitation, he pulled it. A low rumble echoed through the room as a large bookshelf slid aside, revealing a dark, narrow tunnel. Alex quickly called up to the others. One by one, they descended the ladder to join him, eyes widening at the sight of the hidden passage. "Everyone ready?" Taff asked, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Nods of affirmation followed, and they stepped cautiously into the tunnel. The walls were damp, the air thick with the smell of earth and decay. Shadowheart and Alex led the way, their eyes sharp and senses alert, while Gale and Taff stayed a few paces behind, ready to cast spells at a moment's notice. The tunnel gradually widened into a cavernous chamber, where wooden coffins were scattered haphazardly across the floor. As they approached the nearest one, the sound of splintering wood pierced the silence. A bony hand burst through the coffin's lid, followed by the rest of the skeleton. The group tensed, weapons drawn. "Undead!" Taff shouted, his voice echoing off the cavern walls as the rest of the coffins burst open. Alex was the first to spring into action, his movements a blur of lethal precision. He counted 8 skeletons, 3 armed with crossbows. He dashed toward the nearest one and delivered a bone-crushing punch, pulverizing the skeleton's skull into dust. Shadowheart followed, her mace crackling with divine energy as she hurled a golden orb at another skeleton, incinerating it on contact. But as she turned, Alex noticed a crossbowman taking aim at her. Before he could react, Gale unleashed a firebolt that struck the skeleton, sending it reeling. Taff seized the opportunity to cast a lightning spell, and the skeleton collapsed in a heap of charred bones. With 3 down and 5 to go, Alex caught sight of a bolt speeding toward his head. He snatched it out of the air with practiced ease, then performed a flawless front flip over a sword-wielding skeleton to reach the skeleton who had fired it. In a single fluid motion, he grabbed the skeleton's skull and slammed it into his knee, shattering it completely. The last crossbowman, seeing his comrades fall, raised a skeletal hand and cast a vile spell. A cloud of green smoke enveloped Alex, the stench of decay overwhelming his senses. He felt his insides begin to rot, but his body regeneration healed the damage almost instantly. Unfazed, Alex picked up a small pebble from the ground and hurled it with deadly accuracy, shattering the skeleton's skull into fragments. He turned back to see the remaining skeletons attacking his companions. Shadowheart was holding one at bay with her shield, while Taff and Gale fired spells, their attacks sometimes missing but more often hitting their marks. Alex dashed toward them, sweeping his leg under 2 skeletons, toppling them like brittle statues. He then crushed their skulls beneath his boots. The last 2 skeletons met their end swiftly. A Shadowheart smashed one with her mace, while the other was incinerated by Taff and Gale's combined firepower. With the threat vanquished, the group stood amidst the scattered bones, breathing heavily. Everyone stared at Alex, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief except for Shadowheart, who was scanning the room but occasionally shot him curious glances. "What?" Alex asked, slightly confused by their intense gazes. "You were incredible. Have you remembered anything about who you are?" Taff asked, his voice filled with excitement. "I wouldn't be surprised if you were some legendary master wandering the world in search of challenges," Gale added with a friendly smile. Alex shook his head. "Thanks, but no, a broken bar. It just felt instinctual, like the right way to handle things." Shadowheart's voice broke the momentary silence. "Guys, look at this," she said, pointing toward a large, ornate mirror embedded in a stone wall at the far right of the cave. Crates and sacks laid pill around it. "We should search the area for any traps, so those skeletons might not have been the only surprise here," Taff suggested, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. The group spread out, carefully examining every nook and cranny. In their search, they found a dusty tome titled A is Frath and Other Gods 2 and a scroll with intricate runes inscribed on it. "What's that?" Alex asked, peering over Gale's shoulder. As he examined the scroll, "This is a scroll of summon Quasit," Gale explained. "We can use it to summon a Quasit, or I could learn the spell and call upon it whenever we need. A Quasit might be useful, especially if it knows something about this place." The group agreed that Gale should learn the spell. "All right, everyone, step back while I perform the ritual," Gale instructed, With a few fluid hand movements and an incantation whispered in an ancient tongue, Gale summoned the Quasit. A small, impish creature materialized before them, its large eyes staring at them. "You're not Shovel's master," the Quasit remarked, its voice high-pitched and accusing. "I'm afraid your master left you behind," Gale said, trying to sound sympathetic. The Quasit's expression darkened with a hint of sadness. "Master promised I could eat a baby the next time he summoned me." Everyone recoiled in disgust, except Alex, who initially thought it was a dark joke. But seeing the others' reactions, he quickly realized the Quasit was dead serious. "I can't allow you to eat babies, but if you come with me, you'll get to scare plenty or people," Gale offered, attempting to bargain with the creature. Shovel's eyes gleamed with interest. "Really?" it asked, its voice filled with a mix of hope and excitement. Despite its sinister appearance, the Quasit managed to look almost endearing with its wide, puppy-like eyes as black as onyx. "You have my word," Gale said, giving a slight bow, a smile playing on his lips. Shovel began to jump around gleefully, its sinister grin returning. "Shovel, do you know anything about this mirror?" Gale asked, pointing at the ornate glass embedded in the stone wall. The Quasit paused, tilting its head as it considered the question. "Master used it sometimes," Shovel replied after a moment of thought. "Are there any traps around it?" Taff asked, his voice laced with caution. Shovel pondered the question, its tiny brow furrowing. "No, there are no traps," it finally answered, its tone confident. With this new information, the group gathered around the mysterious mirror, the air thick with anticipation. Gale leaned close to Taff, his voice low and urgent. "We should tread carefully. Quasits aren't exactly known for their honesty." Taff gave a subtle nod of agreement. "Right. Let's check the mirror, but keep your eyes sharp for anything out of the ordinary." Gale turned his attention to Shovel. "I'll unsummon you for now," he said, his tone gentle but firm. Shovel's dark eyes drooped slightly in disappointment, but the creature nodded. With a few intricate hand gestures, Gale sent the Quasit back to its own plane. The air felt a little lighter as the imp vanished, but the tension in the room remained palpable. They stepped up onto a creaking wooden platform, their boots echoing in the eerie silence. As they approached the mirror, its surface shimmered, and a ghostly blue face materialized within the glass. "Declare your purpose," the face intoned, its voice echoing with a hollow, otherworldly resonance. Taff and Gale exchanged a glance, their eyes communicating a silent understanding. They raised their hands in unison, focusing intently on the mirror. Their fingers moved in precise, arcane patterns, weaving together strands of magic. After a tense few moments, the mirror slid down with a heavy, grinding sound. "What did you do?" Alex asked, his eyes widening with curiosity. "We freed the soul trapped in the mirror," Gale explained, a hint of weariness in his voice. "Not an easy task," Taff added. "The necromancer Shovel mentioned must have been incredibly powerful." "That explains the skeletons," Alex said, piecing it together. Gale nodded gravely. "Necromancers often leave such horrors in their wake." They stepped through the opening into the necromancer's laboratory. The room was vast and shadowy, with a long wooden table at its center, stained dark with old blood. Bones were scattered haphazardly across the floor, and a grim assortment of tools lay nearby. To the left and right were smaller rooms, their entrances obscured by darkness, and a cold, unused fireplace loomed in the corner. Shadowheart's expression tightened as she surveyed the room. "I sense something foul here," she whispered, her voice tinged with unease. Gale and Taff both nodded, feeling it too, a lingering presence that seemed to crawl beneath their skin. Shadowheart moved cautiously toward an iron-barred door on the left. The moment she stepped near it, there was a faint click. In an instant, Alex's instincts kicked in. He lunged forward, tackling Shadowheart to the ground just as a barrage of darts shot from the walls, embedding themselves into the stone floor where she had been standing moments before. Alex helped Shadowheart to her feet. "You all right?" he asked, concern in his voice. Shadowheart glanced at the darts, then back at Alex. "Thanks. You saved my life." "Just doing what needed to be done," Alex replied with a modest shrug. Taff rushed over, his eyes wide with concern. "Is everyone okay?" "I'm fine," Shadowheart assured him. Alex got me out of the way just in time. What about you, Alex? Did any of the darts hit you? Taff asked, eyeing him closely. Alex shook his head. I'm good. But we need to be more cautious from here on. Everyone nodded in agreement, the close call serving as a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in every shadow. This time, Alex took the lead, stepping carefully over the pressure plate that had nearly cost Shadowheart her life. He peered through the iron bars into the room beyond. It's filled with spider webs and small cocoons, Alex reported. There's a stone table with a book on a pedestal. The cover broken bar. It looks like someone stretched a human face over it. Taff's eyes widened in horror. You mean scratched? Alex shook his head. No, it's like the skin has been stretched tight over the cover. It's grotesque. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Maybe we should leave that book where it is, Shadowheart suggested, her voice tight with apprehension. I've got a bad feeling about it. Gale, however, seemed intrigued. If I can get a good look at that book, I might be able to identify its origins. It could contain powerful spells. Taff weighed their options for a moment, then nodded. All right, but let's be careful. Alex, can you get the door open? Alex knelt by the door, making sure his hands were covered as they transforming into thin, precise tools. With deft movements, he manipulated the lock, listening intently until he heard a satisfying click. The door creaked open, revealing the ominous interior of the room. On either side of the entrance, gargoyle statues with gaping mouths loomed, their stony eyes seeming to watch his every move. Alex approached the pedestal, examining it closely. His eyes narrowed as he spotted a small pressure plate beneath the book. The pedestal is rigged with a trap, he announced, his voice steady. Gale frowned. If we take the book, who knows what could happen? The whole room might come down on us. Then let's look around first, Shadowheart suggested, glancing nervously at the statues. I've got an idea, Alex said, heading back to the main cave. He returned with a rock in hand, his expression determined. Gently, he lifted the book from the pedestal and replaced it with the rock. Everyone held their breath, but nothing happened. Smart move, Shadowheart remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Alex handed the book to Taff. It was as disturbing as Alex had described a human face, its mouth contorted into a silent scream, stretched across the cover. Its eyes were two glowing purple gems, cold and lifeless. Gale studied the book closely, his brow furrowed in thought. Do you recognize this? Taff asked, turning the book over in his hands. Gale shook his head slowly. No, I've never seen anything like it. But I can tell you Thezo, it's either a tome of necromancy or dark magic. Taff tried to open the book, but something seemed to hold it shut, as if the very air around it resisted his efforts. He decided to stow it away for now, but the weight of its presence lingered. I'm not sure it's wise to keep that book, Shadowheart said, her voice laced with caution. Gale nodded in agreement. She's right. The book could be cursed. It's dangerous to carry something like this. Taff glanced at the others, his expression torn. Maybe a broken bar, but we have Shadowheart with us. If the book is cursed, she can cure us. And who knows, it might come in handy later. Reluctantly, the group agreed, but the unease remained. They didn't find anything noteworthy but a secret button who made one of the walls slide down, leveling the room with a ladder to the surface. As the group emerged from the underground, Karlach, Leslie, and Asterion were already waiting, perched on a cluster of crates with an air of restless anticipation. How are you all holding up? Taff asked, his voice tinged with concern. We're fine, Karlach replied, her tone steady. But we found something unsettling beneath a villager spider nest. Taff's brow furrowed with worry. Did anyone get hurt? Karlach shook her head. No, we're all in one piece. Asterion did most of the scouting. We were lucky to have him. Facing a nest full of spiders the size of horses would have been a nightmare. Taff nodded, his mind already racing with strategies. We need to take care of them. If we leave the nest unchecked, they'll eventually come to the surface, and we can't risk them hunting for food up here. Asterion's elegant features twisted in mild disgust. Must we really? I have no qualms about getting my hands dirty, but spider blood is particularly vile. His complaint was met with a few raised eyebrows, but Asterion merely shrugged, unapologetic. We'll deal with it tomorrow, Taff decided. The sun's setting. Let's head back to camp and rest while we can. As they approached their camp by the beach, a solitary figure stood in the flickering firelight. While waiting with a heavy expression that seemed to reflect the weight of the world on his shoulders. Taff greeted, lifting his hand in a friendly wave. Wyle's eyes immediately found Karlach, who crossed her arms and met his gaze with a steely resolve. I'm grateful you were there to stop me from doing something unforgivable, Wyle said, his voice carrying the burden of regret. You were tricked. It's not your fault, Taff assured him. Even so, I acted rashly, Wyle muttered, his eyes dropping to the ground as if ashamed. Taff walked over and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Come sit with us. We can talk about it together. They all gathered around the fire, the warmth of the flames chasing away the evening chill. As they recounted the day's events, Alex listened intently, piecing together the story of how Wyle had nearly taken Karlach's life on the orders of a mysterious source who had falsely branded her a murderous devil. Wyle's voice was thick with remorse. Karlach, I'm truly sorry. Karlach's eyes narrowed, her voice edged with bitterness. This is what happens when you make deals with devils. Wyle looked taken aback. What? How did you ? Wyle, I'm not an idiot, Karlach interjected, her tone sharp as a blade. You're a warlock. It's obvious your patron sent you after me. Who is it? Before Wyle could answer, a slow, deliberate clapping echoed from the shadows. Smart and strong. No wonder Zariel wants you back, a familiar, taunting voice chimed in. The group shot to their feet, weapons at the ready. Mizora, Karlach hissed, her fists clenched. Indeed, Mizora purred, her presence dripping with malice. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a wayward pet to discipline. With a snap of her fingers, a circle of fire erupted at Wyle's feet. Dark, viscous tar surged up, encasing him from head to toe as he crumpled to his knees in agony. The fire died down as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Wyle transformed. His once human visage now bore long, curling horns and ridges that marred his skin. Alex's breath caught in his throat as he realized Wyle had been turned into a fiend. Tiefling. Much better, Mizora said with a satisfied smirk. Wyle's voice trembled with fury and disbelief. What have you done to me? Ha ha, nothing much, Mizora replied with a cruel chuckle. I just made you a fiend, and don't even try to undo it. Not even Zariel could undo this magic. And remember, our contract still stands. Ta-ta with that. A ring of flames enveloped her, and she vanished, leaving behind only the acrid smell of brimstone. Taff turned to Wyle, his expression grim. Wyle, we need to hear the whole story. Wyle sighed, the weight of years pressing down on him as he took a seat on a nearby rock. When I was 17, I was drawn to the outskirts of the city by an inexplicable force. There, I stumbled upon cultists of Tiamat, preparing to summon the draconic goddess into our world. I was foolish enough to think I could stop them alone, but they overpowered me easily. That's when Mizora appeared, offering me her power in exchange for my soul. I was desperate, so I agreed. Together, we destroyed the cultists. But the price was higher than I imagined. He paused, his voice faltering. I couldn't speak of what had happened, bound by the terms of our pact. When my father, Alderavanggard, returned and saw me with the devil at my side, he demanded answers. But I couldn't tell him the truth. The evidence of the cultists' ritual had disappeared, leaving me with nothing but shame. My father exiled me, banishing me from Baldur's Gate. Since then, I've wandered the frontier, trying to serve the city from afar, protecting the innocent while being bound to Mizora's infernal will. Gale nodded sagely. Devils always know when to offer a deal. Leslie scoffed. Only a fool would make a deal with a devil. Her blunt remark earned her a few sharp looks, but even Shadowheart begrudgingly agreed. She's not wrong. Taff placed a hand on Wyle's shoulder once more. We'll find a way to break your contract. You're not alone in this. Astarion sighed dramatically, covering his face with one hand as if the very idea of altruism was exhausting. Turning to Karlach, Taff asked, what did Mizora mean when she said Zariel wants you back? Karlach hesitated, her fiery demeanor dimming slightly. That's a story for another night, Taff. Let's just enjoy what peace we can tonight. Taff nodded, Sensing that now wasn't the time to press her for details. After some more conversation, Alex approached Gale, who was immersed in a book, his face bathed in the warm glow of the firelight. "Hello, Gale," Alex said, his voice tentative. Gale looked up, smiling warmly. "Alex, do you need something?" "Yes. Could you teach me about magic?" Gale set his book aside, his eyes sparkling with interest. "How much do you know about the weave?" "Nothing," Alex admitted. "Then let's start at the beginning," Gale said, his tone gentle. "The weave is an essential element of the universe. It runs through everything in unseen threads. It is what makes magic possible. The weave is considered many things, including Mystra's body, the source of magic, all the studies of casters, arcane and divine alike, and the many energies and forces that exist around the planes. Many see it as a fabric on which magic is drawn, and damaging the fabric causes magic to go awry. Preparing a spell is a means by which a small amount of the weave can be contained and transported for a specific effect, while the casting of a spell is equivalent to telling the weave to rearrange itself to create the effect. He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing. "The weave is often seen as an extension of Mystra, the goddess of magic, though it's more complex than that. It's not magic itself but the means by which magic can be channeled and understood. It's like the canvas on which magic is painted." Alex listened intently, his curiosity growing. "Who is Mystra?" Gale's expression became momentarily distant, as if recalling a memory long buried. "Mystra is the goddess who governs the weave, ensuring that it remains in balance. Without her, magic would be unpredictable, chaotic." "Do you have any more questions?" Gale asked, his tone now lighter, more approachable. Alex shook his head. "Not for now." "Could you show me how to cast a spell?" "Of course," Gale said with a smile. "Let's start with something simple." He raised his palm, and a small orb of light materialized above it, glowing softly. "This is a basic spell at producing a ball of light. Watch closely." Alex marveled at the light, noting how it mimicked the sun's glow without producing any heat. Gale approached him, taking his hand. "Now, I'll guide you through it. Close your eyes and imagine a stream of water swirling into a whirlpool. Once you've formed that image, imagine it condensing into a ball and filling with light." Alex did as he was told, concentrating hard. He felt a strange energy gathering in his palm, and when he opened his eyes, a small ball of light floated just above his hand. He stared at it, awestruck. "Well done," Gale praised, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "You've got a natural talent." "How long will it last?" Alex asked, watching as the light began to flicker. "A few seconds," Gale replied. "This spell doesn't require much power, so it fades quickly." True to Gale's word, the light soon blinked out of existence. "This spell is simple, but it has many variations," Gale continued, summoning another ball of light, this one shifting colors like a rainbow. "See what I mean?" With a flick of his wrist, Gale sent the orb floating towards Alex, who caught it, the light now clinging to his palm. "Now, I suppose you're eager to learn something a bit more explosive?" Gale asked with a knowing smile. Alex nodded, excitement bubbling up inside him. Gale raised his hand, conjuring a fiery orb this time. "This is Firebolt, a basic offensive spell. Watch closely." He hurled the orb at a nearby rock, which was instantly engulfed in flames. Alex felt the lingering heat radiating from the rock as he approached it, his eyes wide with amazement. "Your turn," Gale said, stepping back. "Focus the weave into your hand like before, but this time, think of fire, its heat, its power." "When you're ready, shout Ignis and release it. And remember, don't hold onto it too long, or it might explode in your hand." Alex took a deep breath and tried to focus. His first few attempts were shaky, nearly scorching himself in the process, but eventually, he succeeded. The firebolt shot from his hand, striking the rock with a satisfying burst of flames. "Well done," Gale said, genuinely impressed. "You're picking this up really fast." Alex shook his head. "I'm just a fast learner, I guess." "Does anyone actually see the weave?" Gale shook his head. "Not usually, though some creatures might have that ability. But for now, you've made great progress. Practice that spell a bit more, and tomorrow we can dive deeper into the mysteries of magic." "Good night, Alex." "Good night, Gale. Thanks for everything. Gale gave a small bow and headed back to the church, leaving Alex alone with his thoughts. Alex lay back on the warm sand, gazing up at the starry sky. The night was alive with unfamiliar sounds, and the crisp, unpolluted air filled his lungs, bringing with it a sense of serenity he hadn't felt in a very long time. Above him, the sky was painted with a mesmerizing aurora borealis, its colors swirling in ethereal patterns. So, this is the weave, Alex mused, raising his hand and summoning the small ball of light once more. It flickered into existence, casting a soft glow over his face. Beautiful, he whispered, admiring the delicate orb. While Gale was guiding Alex through the intricacies of the weave, Alex was far from idle. He subtly shifted the internal structure of his eyes, hoping to observe this mysterious force in a way no one else could. He was right to do so. The weave existed beyond the normal human visual spectrum of 400 to 700 nanometers, residing closer to the ultraviolet range, based on the faint, shimmering patterns he could just barely detect. Later that night, Alex lay on the cool sand, his gaze lost in the vast expanse of the night sky. The rhythmic sound of the waves crashing on the shore was almost hypnotic, lulling him into a state of deep contemplation. He felt a presence approaching, a familiar one, yet something about it was off. Without needing to turn around, he knew it was Taff. He could sense Taff's mind as something he had never experienced before, a strange connection between them that felt almost like an intrusion. Taff stopped beside him, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, with a swift, savage motion, Taff raised a knife high above his head and brought it down in a deadly arc aimed straight at Alex's heart. Instinct kicked in, and Alex rolled away just in time, the blade sinking into the sand where he had been moments before. He quickly scrambled to his feet, facing Taff, whose usual calm demeanor had been replaced by something primal, something terrifying. Taff's eyes burned with a crazed intensity, his voice a growl that seemed to emanate from deep within. "I'm going to kill you and bathe in your blood." He lunged at Alex with a ferocity that was wholly unlike the man he knew. Alex sidestepped each wild slash, his mind racing to make sense of what was happening. This wasn't Taff, not really. It had to be some form of possession or a curse, a dark influence twisting him into something unrecognizable. As the moments dragged on, Taff's attacks grew sluggish, his movements less precise, clearly unfamiliar with the physical exertion of combat. Seizing the opportunity, Alex deftly grabbed Taff's wrist, disarming him and tossing the knife into the sand. With a quick maneuver, he twisted Taff's arm behind his back and swept his legs out from under him, forcing him face first into the ground. Alex wrapped his arm around Taff's neck, applying just enough pressure to cut off his air supply. Taff struggled, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but Alex held firm. He didn't want to hurt him, only to stop whatever madness had overtaken him. After a few agonizing seconds, Taff's body went limp as unconsciousness took hold. Alex released his grip and sat back down on the sand, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. What had just happened? Minutes later, Taff stirred, groaning as he slowly regained consciousness. The wild, feral look was gone, replaced by confusion and fear. "What happened?" Taff asked, his voice shaky as he rubbed his head. Alex's gaze was steady. "You tried to kill me." Taff's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yeah, broken bar what?" "You tried to stab me," Alex replied calmly, picking up the knife and showing it to him. "Right here, while I was lying on the sand." Taff stared at the knife, horror dawning on his face. "I don't remember a broken bar. I had this terrible nightmare, but I can't recall what it was about. Just this overwhelming feeling of dread. Then I woke up here." He looked at Alex, desperation creeping into his voice. "Can you keep a secret?" Alex nodded, sensing the gravity of what Taff was about to reveal. Taff took a deep breath, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're not the only one struggling with lost memories. I have knowledge about this world, but when I try to remember anything personal, who I was, where I came from, it's just a broken bar blank, like those memories were never there to begin with." Alex remained silent, processing this revelation. "But there's a broken bar, this madness. What am I?" Taff's voice broke, his hands trembling as he cupped his face, trying to hold back tears. In Taff he could see himself a few weeks back. Woke up with no memories of the past. He looked up at Alex, his eyes pleading. "Please don't tell the others about this." "Please." "I won't," Alex assured him, his voice steady and sincere. "Thank you," Taff whispered, a mixture of relief and fear in his eyes. "Have you had more episodes like this?" Alex asked, probing gently. Taff shook his head, his expression troubled. "Not like this one. But I've been having broken bar violent urges. Thoughts of what it would feel like to stomp on a rat or kick a squirrel. At first, they were just fleeting, like a whisper in my mind. But they're growing stronger, more persistent." "And you're afraid you'll lose control?" Alex finished for him. Taff nodded, his fear palpable. "I think I'll try to sleep now," Taff said, laying down on the sand, his back to Alex. "You're not going back to the camp?" Alex asked, concerned. "No," Taff replied softly. Alex could hear the steady rhythm of Taff's heartbeat slowing as he drifted off to sleep. With a heavy sigh, Alex lay back down, his eyes once again tracing the subtle currents of the weave that danced above him, even as his mind grappled with the unsettling events of the night. As dawn broke, casting a warm glow over the camp, Alex and Taff made their way into the church. Asterion was already awake, lounging casually with a book in hand, his sharp eyes flicking up as they entered. "It seems everyone else is still asleep," Alex remarked. Asterion's gaze lingered on the two of them, a sly smile playing on his lips. He had heard someone leaving the camp during the night, and now, seeing them return together, his mind raced with possibilities. "Good morning, lovebirds," Asterion drawled, his tone teasing. Alex ignored the jibe, but Taff, who seemed to have recovered some of his usual bravado, shot back with a smirk. "Jealous?" Asterion chuckled, shaking his head. "Oh no, sweetheart. Don't compare me to this guy. I'm in a league of my own." Taff and Asterion shared a laugh, but Alex only sighed, rubbing his temples. An hour later, the rest of the group was up and ready for the day's mission. "Seems like our numbers are getting a bit unwieldy," Taff observed, glancing around at the assembled group. Weil nodded in agreement. "We'll draw too much attention if we go out like this. It's best to keep the group small." Taff considered for a moment before nodding. "We're heading to take out that spider nest, so 5 should be sufficient." Everyone else agreed, though there was an undercurrent of unease. "I'll take Karlach, Asterion, Alex, and Shadowheart," Taff decided. Leslie's expression immediately darkened, a scowl forming on her face. "Tsk, I need to train," she muttered, clearly displeased at being left behind. Her eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Alex saw a flash of something dangerous, a reminder that Leslie was not someone who took orders lightly. But she turned away, frustration simmering beneath her skin as she walked off to find her own way to release the pent-up aggression. Back at the village, they found Lump waiting for them, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by a paler, more anxious look. Something was clearly off. "Lump, are you all right?" Alex asked the ogre with a small, knowing smirk. Lump averted his gaze, refusing to meet Alex's eyes. "No, I'm completely fine," he muttered. Taff, more focused on the task at hand, cut in. "Did you spot any goblins around the area?" Lump shook his head, the motion almost robotic. "It seems all the troops are still stationed at the sanctum, west from here." Taff frowned, the news not bringing the relief it should have. "We need to deal with them soon. If we don't, they could launch an attack on the grove at any moment." A few hours earlier, "I need to get as far away from that abomination as possible," Lump muttered to himself, his heart pounding in his chest as he sprinted out of the village. The nightmarish events of the past hours replayed in his mind, fueling his panic. He had never run so fast in his life. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but the fear driving him forward was relentless. "Lump, stop!" The voice pierced through his mind, freezing him in his tracks so abruptly that he nearly tumbled to the ground. The voice was unmistakably, it was that abomination. "Alex, where are you going?" Alex's voice was cold. "Oh great one," Lump stammered, trying to keep his voice steady. "I was just looking for a place to sleep for the night." "Running as fast as you could?" The tone was accusatory, leaving no room for lies. "Yes, Lump answered plainly, knowing any attempt at deception would be futile. There was a moment of silence, and then Alex's voice filled his mind again, sending a shiver down his spine. "Stay close. When I give the signal, return to the blighted village." Realization struck Lump like a blow to the gut. Alex could track him, speak into his mind as if his thoughts were laid bare. The color drained from Lump's face, his fear deepening. He had no choice but to comply. The abomination had him on a leash, and there was no escaping it. Alex, wherever he was, smiled in satisfaction, knowing his plan was working flawlessly. Yesterday, as Alex had passed by the carcass of a dead sheep, a small, wriggling worm had slipped down his leg and burrowed into the decaying flesh. This wasn't just any worm, it was a modified version of the tadpole, a rudimentary tracker and telepathic communicator that Alex had secretly deployed. Lump, unaware of the full extent of Alex's abilities, had unwittingly eaten the infected sheep, sealing his fate as Alex's unwitting pawn. Back to the present. The group stepped into a dimly lit forge, the air thick with the smell of burning metal and ash. Astarion strode forward, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket with a flourish. "I almost forgot I found this while looting a chest," he announced, holding up the paper for everyone to see. Taff took the paper, his eyes scanning the text. "A recipe for a weapon using susser tree bark," he mused. Astarion shrugged. "Seems pretty useless if you ask me." Shadowheart, however, perked up at the mention of the tree. "Not necessarily, if we can find a susser tree." Karlach, leaning against the wall with her massive arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that the glowing tree that only grows in the Underdark?" Taff nodded, his mind already spinning with possibilities. "Yes. If we find a way to the Underdark, we should definitely seek out a susser tree. But for now, let's stay focused." "Where's the entrance to the nest?" Astarion pointed towards the far end of the room. "There," he said, gesturing to a section of the wall where the stone had been crudely dug away. "That hole leads straight into their lair." Without hesitation, Karlach was the first to leap onto the stone platform, her powerful legs propelling her upwards with ease. Astarion followed with the same grace, and Shadowheart was right behind him. Alex watched, impressed by their agility. When it was Taff's turn, Alex gave him a boost, before climbing up himself with practiced ease. "Be quiet and watch where you step," Astarion whispered as they approached the entrance to the hole, his voice low and serious for once. As they crawled through the narrow opening, the reason for Astarion's warning became clear. The cavern beyond was a labyrinth of webbing, with sticky silk bridges crisscrossing the space above a small but deep chasm. Karlach eyed the fragile-looking webs warily. "That doesn't look very solid," she muttered, her voice tinged with unease. "It may not seem like it," Astarion replied as he began to cross one of the web bridges, moving with deliberate care. "But I saw 2 spiders walk across it earlier, and it barely shifted." He moved slowly, carefully placing each foot to avoid getting stuck. "And be mindful of your steps, this stuff is incredibly sticky." One by one, they followed Astarion across the web. Karlach and Taff struggled the most, their feet getting caught more than once, but they managed to free themselves without too much difficulty. Luckily, Karlach's fiery presence didn't ignite the webs, sparing them from a potentially disastrous situation. Once they were all safely across, Karlach gripped her double-edged axe tightly, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. "How many spiders are there?" she asked, her voice a low growl. Astarion, peering into the gloom, replied, 5 spiders, and 2 others, creatures that looked like spiders but with only a pair of legs and arms. I couldn't get a closer look without being spotted, but there might be more." "Oh, and the spiders can teleport just in case you needed more bad news." Taff's expression darkened. "Those are phase spiders. They can shift between the material plane and the astral plane at will. The others must be eater caps. Nasty creatures, but at least they don't have any special abilities like the spiders." Astarion sighed dramatically. "Fantastic. Horse-sized spiders that can teleport. Just what we needed." Taff ignored the sarcasm, his mind already formulating a plan. "Astarion, you said you know some illusion magic. Can you create a minor illusion to lure me in?" Astarion's smirk returned. "I can, but only if you ask nicely." Taff rolled his eyes but played along. "Please." With a satisfied nod, Astarion began preparing his spell. "Here's the plan," Taff continued, addressing the group. "Astarion will lure them out with an illusion. Once they're in position, I'll cast a fireball to hit as many as possible. That should weaken them more if we are lucky, kill a few. Then, Karlach, Alex, and Shadowheart, you'll move and to finish them off. Astarion and I will provide support from the back. If anyone gets injured, we've got healing potions and Shadowheart's spells." "Simple plan, fewer ways to mess it up," Shadowheart remarked, her voice calm and steady. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, Alex couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the place. The ceiling was so high that it disappeared into darkness, the occasional glint of silk barely visible in the gloom. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something primal that set his nerves on edge. Then they saw Thema the spiders and those grotesque, half-spider, half-human creatures prowling around the cavern. The phase spiders moved with airy grace, their bodies rippling as they phased in and out of existence, while the Etercaps skulked in the shadows, their beady eyes glinting in the dim light. Everyone took cover behind a large boulder, the tension thick in the air as they prepared for the fight ahead. Astarion, ever the stealthy rogue, crept forward, his movements fluid and silent as he positioned himself behind another rock closer to the enemy. With a quick gesture, he cast a minor illusion, conjuring the image of a small, helpless cat in the midst of the monstrous creatures. The illusion was perfect to its tiny meows echoed through the cavern, pulling the attention of the beasts. The creatures reacted instantly, shrieking and clicking in unison as they rushed towards the illusory cat. Just as Astarion had described, 5 massive spiders and 2 grotesque Etercaps emerged from the shadows, their movements jerky and unsettling. As they converged on the illusion, Taff's eyes narrowed with focus. He raised his hands, channeling a surge of arcane energy, and with a powerful flick of his wrist, hurled a fireball the size of a small car into the group. The explosion was deafening. The flames roared as they engulfed the monsters, the heat so intense it made the air shimmer. The spiders and Etercaps screeched in agony, their exoskeletons and flesh blistering and charring under the onslaught. Yet, despite the devastating power of the spell, it wasn't enough to finish them off. Karlach exchanged a quick glance with Alex, both of them understanding what needed to be done without a word. "Let's finish this," Karlach growled, charging forward with Alex close behind. She reached the closest spider first, a double-edged axe swinging down with brutal force. The blade cleaved through the spider's thick carapace, splitting it open with a sickening crack. Before she could catch her breath, an Etercap lunged at her, its claws extended to tear her apart. But Alex was faster. He slid beneath the creature with remarkable agility, then delivered a crushing downward kick to its spine, snapping it like a twig and sending the Etercap sprawling. "Thanks," Karlach grunted, not missing a beat as she turned back to the fray. Alex, sensing movement behind him, spun around just in time to see another Etercap raising its claws to strike. But before it could bring them down, an arrow whizzed through the air and embedded itself in the creature's skull. Alex took advantage of the moment, driving a powerful side kick into its ribs, sending the Etercap stumbling backward. He looked up just in time to see the remaining 4 spiders begin to phase in and out of existence, teleporting to higher ground to escape the battle. One of the spiders attempted to spit at Alex, narrowly missing him and leaving a pool of a bile-colored liquid on the stone floor. "Everyone, pick a spider," Taff shouted, his voice echoing through the cavern. Alex immediately set his sights on the spider that had attacked him, scrambling onto a nearby rock to reach it. But just as he got close, the creature phased out, reappearing near Karlach. She dodged its attack with a snarl, swinging her axe in retaliation, but the spider vanished again before she could land the blow. Meanwhile, Taff and Astarion were faring better, keeping their distance and attacking with ranged spells and arrows. Even then, the spider's ability to teleport made it difficult to land a decisive hit. Shadowheart, attempting to strike one down with a radiant blast, missed as the spider phased away at the last second, only to reappear next to her. She barely had time to raise her shield, blocking the spider's fangs as they clanged against the metal. Seeing Karlach's frustration building, Alex moved to assist her. The barbarian's patience had worn thin, her flames burning hotter as her temper flared. "Stop running and fight me, you eight-legged fuck!" she roared, her voice filled with fury. Alex, thinking quickly, picked up a pebble from the ground and hurled it with surprising force. The small stone sailed through the air and struck the spider's abdomen with such precision that it broke through the exoskeleton, embedding itself deep in the creature's innards. The spider let out a high-pitched screech, twisting in pain as it turned its attention to Alex. That was all the opening Karlach needed. With a roar, she dashed forward and brought her axe down with all her might, cleaving the spider in two. "Thanks again," Karlach said, breathing heavily as she delivered a final blow to ensure the spider was dead. She spat on its twitching body. "I really hate spiders." Alex and Karlach turned to check on the others. Astarion had already taken down his spider, evidenced by the sheer number of arrows embedded in its lifeless body. Taff's opponent was barely clinging to life, and with a final burst of lightning from Taff's palm, the creature convulsed and collapsed. Shadowheart stood over the remains of another spider, her flail dripping with ichor as she lifted it from the smashed head of the beast. "Good work, everyone," Taff said, his voice laced with both relief and exhaustion. Alex scanned the cavern, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the deeper recesses of the cave. "Should we move deeper?" he asked, already anticipating the next challenge. Taff shook his head. "Rest for a moment. We need to be at full strength before we face their queen. She'll be much tougher than these." Alex noticed Astarion rolling his eyes, clearly displeased with the idea of delving deeper into this nightmare. It was clear he'd rather be anywhere else but here, yet he didn't voice any objections. Nodding, Alex found a flat rock and sat down. He was good to go, but he knew the rest needed this moment of respite. Karlach sauntered over, a grin spreading across her face as she plopped down next to him. "Hi there, soldier," she greeted, her tone light despite the carnage they had just endured. "Hi," Alex replied, leaning back against the rock, letting the tension in his shoulders ease. "Thanks for having my back with that spider. It was really starting to piss me off," Karlach said, her smile genuine. Alex chuckled softly. "They were annoying, always teleporting around like that. But you did a great job keeping up with them." Karlach's grin widened. "That's sweet of you to say. You've got some impressive moves yourself. Quick reflexes and a lot of strength for someone who looks so skinny." "Thanks," Alex replied, a bit awkwardly, not used to the praise. Karlach eyed him curiously. "Who taught you to fight like that?" "Instincts," Alex said with a small shrug. Karlach burst into laughter, a deep, hearty sound that echoed through the cavern. "Instincts? Huh? Your instincts told you to stone that spider to death?" She gestured to the spider Alex had killed, its body still leaking dark blood from the hole the pebble had made. "Yes," Alex answered, deadpan, causing Karlach to laugh even harder. "Well, I won't pry," she said, standing up and stretching her arms above her head. "But I'd like to see you in a real fight someday." Alex looked at her, puzzled by her remark, but she just flashed him a wink before sauntering back to the rest of the group, her playful smile never fading. Despite himself, Alex couldn't help but smile back. "These guys are fun," he murmured to himself, leaning back against the stone and closing his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to relax. After 10 minutes of much-needed rest, they were back on their feet, the respite giving them renewed energy as they prepared to venture deeper into the dark, foreboding cavern. Whatever awaited them ahead, Alex knew they'd face it together, just like they had with the Spider, and the thought gave him a strange sense of comfort. Astarion, leading the group, raised his hand to signal everyone to halt. The cave was dark, filled with the muffled sounds of skittering legs and dripping water, every noise amplified in the tension that had settled over them like a shroud. Astarion slipped behind a boulder, his movements fluid and almost predatory, then pointed silently toward 2 towering stone columns up ahead. There, suspended on a web bridge between 2 massive columns, was a spider the size of a tank. Its grotesque form was similar to the smaller spiders they had faced before, but with a chilling difference. Its eyes glowed an ominous red, and a distinct pattern resembling a crimson skull marked its back. "That's their queen," Taff whispered, his voice barely audible, yet it carried the weight of dread. "That's a big fucking spider," Karlach muttered, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight. The creature was a monstrous nightmare come to life. Astarion pointed to the web bridge the queen was traversing. "We can hit her with a firebolt while she's on that bridge. It won't kill her, but it'll send her crashing down, and then we can finish her off together," he explained, his voice steady and confident. "But the real problem are those." He pointed downward. The group followed his gaze, looking down to see what he was indicating. A few meters below, phase spiders patrolled the area around a gaping hole that emitted an eerie green light, casting sickly shadows across the cavern floor. There was a brief silence as everyone processed Astarion's strategic insight. They hadn't expected such tactical thinking from him. "What, did you think I'm just handsome?" Astarion quipped, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'd like to inform you all that I'm at least as smart as I am good-looking." Taff couldn't help but roll his eyes, but there was a hint of respect in his tone as he addressed the group. "We'll try to drop the Spider Queen first, just like Astarion suggested. Once she's down, Astarion can lure the rest of the spiders with a minor illusion. I'll hit them with a fireball when they're clustered together. Karlach, Alexa, you'll engage them up close while Astarion supports Shadowheart. I will cast invisibility on both of them. They will circle around and hit the queen while she is distracted." Shadowheart nodded resolutely, her face a mask of determination. "I can do that," she affirmed, her voice steady. "Everyone get into position," Taff instructed, his tone brokering no argument. Astarion raised an eyebrow at Taff, a hint of mock indignation in his voice. "Why don't you ask me?" "Maybe I can't do it." Taff shot him a dry look. "I know you're capable enough." Astarion blinked, clearly taken aback by the rare compliment. Thanks, he muttered, the surprise evident in his voice. With the plan set, Astarion, Shadowheart, Karlach, and Alex carefully climbed down using some spider webs and vines as an improvised ladder, positioning themselves close to where the Spider Queen would fall. Taff stayed behind on the higher ground, ready to unleash his spells from a safe vantage point. Astarion moved with a practiced stealth, casting a minor illusion as he did. A small, translucent cat appeared near the patrolling spiders, its innocent meowing echoing eerily through the cavern. The effect was immediate. The spiders, drawn by the sound, rushed toward it, their grotesque forms scuttling over the rough stone. Even the Spider Queen paused on her web bridge, her red eyes gleaming as she peered down at the commotion. Seizing the moment, Astarion quickly cast Firebolt. The fiery blast struck the web bridge, burning through the thick silk strands. With a hiss, the Spider Queen let out a shriek of surprise as the bridge collapsed beneath her, sending her plummeting to the ground below, crashing onto her smaller offspring with a sickening thud. Taff was ready. With a focused gesture, he hurled a fireball into the writhing mass of spiders. This time, the fireball was brighter, hotter, a ball of pure destruction. The explosion was devastating, incinerating most of the brood in an instant. The few that survived were severely burned, their exoskeletons cracked and smoking. Whatever Taff had done to amplify the spell had worked. The devastation was near total. Karlach and Alex didn't hesitate. They charged into the fray, weapons ready to finish off the remaining spiders. But the queen, though badly injured, was not done yet. She unleashed a bone-rattling screech that echoed through the cavern, causing everyone to wince. Her cry was a summons, and the response was immediate. The eggs surrounding her burst open, and dozens of small, blue spiders emerged, joining their larger kin in a frenzied attack. As the smaller spiders swarmed toward Karlach and Alex, Astarion and Shadowheart made their move. They became invisible, vanishing from sight as they stealthily maneuvered around the chaos, heading straight for the Spider Queen. The invisibility faded just as they reached their target. They exchanged a quick, determined glance. Astarion was the first to strike, his dagger held in a reverse grip as he plunged it into the queen's abdomen. At the same moment, Shadowheart thrust her hand forward, dark, putrid energy swirling around her fingers as she cast Inflict Wounds. The spell connected, and the queen let out an agonized scream as her flesh began to rot and decay from within. But the queen was not done fighting. She phased out of existence, reappearing directly behind Astarion and Shadowheart, her massive fangs bared and ready to strike. Just as she lunged, Another fireball from Taff crashed into her already damaged abdomen. The impact was devastating. The Spider Queen wobbled, her legs buckling beneath her as she finally collapsed, her monstrous form crashing to the ground with a final, shuddering death rattle. Both Asterion and Shadowheart breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in their bodies easing as they watched the Queen's lifeless body slump to the floor. "Guys, a little help here." Karlach's voice cut through the moment, her tone strained as she grappled with a spider attempting to bite her face. Asterion and Shadowheart rushed to her aid, Taff providing covering fire with blasts of firebolt and ray of frost. The battle was fierce but short-lived soon. Shadowheart delivered a crushing blow with her flail, bashing the last spider's head in with a satisfying crunch. "Ugh, spider blood," Asterion muttered in disgust, shaking his boot in an attempt to rid himself of the sticky mess. "Good job, everyone," Taff called out from his perch above, his voice echoing through the cavern. "I fucking hate spiders," Karlach growled as she slumped onto a nearby rock, catching her breath. While Karlach rested, Alex and Shadowheart began searching the area for any valuable loot. Taff carefully climbed down to join them, his eyes scanning the cavern for anything unusual. It didn't take long for Shadowheart to find something, an oddly shaped, purple crystal ball. It shimmered with the same eerie luster as the eyes of the cursed book they had found in the cellar. As she stood to show the others what she had found, the air suddenly grew colder, a sense of dread washing over the group. Before anyone could react, the Spider Queen, thought to be dead, phased back into existence right next to Shadowheart, her massive fangs aimed directly at her head. Time seemed to slow as the Queen lunged, her deadly fangs inches from Shadowheart's face. But Alex was quicker. He rammed into the Spider Queen, knocking her off course. But in a terrifying twist of fate, the Queen managed to phase out once more, taking Alex with her as they both vanished and reappeared over the gaping, glowing hole. Everyone watched in horror as Alex and the spider plummeted into the abyss, their cries of alarm echoing in the cavern. Helpless to intervene, the group could only stare, their hearts pounding as their companion disappeared from sight. As he fell, Alex glanced up, catching a final glimpse of his companions' stricken faces, their expressions etched with shock and fear. The almost dead spider still thrashed around, trying to get rid of him, but he was holding on so tightly that the exoskeleton started to crack. The darkness swallowed them both as they fell deeper into the abyss, the opening above becoming a distant pinprick of light. Alex's arms shifted, transforming into sharp, clawed talons that tore into the spider's exoskeleton, causing her to screech in pain. Flesh tendrils erupted from Alex's back and arms, writhing like serpents as they latched onto the spider's flesh. The Queen thrashed even harder, her movements frantic as she tried to free herself, but it was futile. Alex's tendrils burrowed deeper, consuming her from within, feeding on her life force. In moments, the massive Spider Queen was reduced to nothing, her remains disintegrating in Alex's grasp. But the fall continued. With the Queen gone, Alex's body plummeted faster, the ground rapidly approaching. Leathery wings sprouted from his back, spreading wide to slow his descent. He focused, shifting his mass, making himself as light. "So, this is the Underdark," Alex muttered, his voice tinged with awe as he surveyed the alien landscape before him. Towering mushrooms sprouted from the rocky ground, their caps glowing in a spectral array of colors, casting an eerie light that barely cut through the dense shadows. The terrain was a labyrinth of twisting stone paths that snaked up and down, creating a maze of ledges and chasms. Even with his enhanced senses, Alex found it difficult to see very far. The dim light from the bioluminescent fungi was insufficient, leaving vast expanses of the cavern shrouded in darkness. This was why he had let himself fall so deep into the earth. He had found a journal on a skeleton in a cave above, a journal that speculated the hole he fell into led directly to the Underdark. The unfortunate soul who had written the journal had been fleeing spiders, desperate enough to attempt the leap into the unknown with a scroll of featherfall clutched in his hand. But he had been too slow, and the spiders had claimed his life before he could escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath Alex's feet trembled, a deep rumble that reverberated through the cavern walls. It was over as quickly as it began. but it left Alex on edge. His senses heightened as he began to move cautiously through this strange, subterranean ecosystem. He hadn't gone far when he felt something of a presence. Instinctively, he ducked behind a rocky outcrop just in time to see a massive creature lumbering by. It looked like a cross between a bull and a minotaur, its muscled frame holding a double-headed axe that looked capable of cleaving through stone. The beast seemed to be heading towards something up ahead. Curious and cautious, Alex decided to follow at a distance. The Minotaur led him to what appeared to be the ruins of an outpost. Wooden spiked barricades, now broken and rotting, lined the perimeter, and skeletons lay scattered across the ground, grim reminders of a long-forgotten battle. The Minotaur ignored the remains as it approached a set of stone stairs leading to a massive, grated gate. On either side of the gate stood statues of a woman, each holding a staff with silvery discs that hovered around a glowing crystal. The Minotaur, oblivious to the danger, took a stance, pawing the ground with its hooves before charging at full speed. It never made it to the gate. The crystals flared to life, releasing a barrage of glowing orbs that seared the Minotaur's flesh, reducing the massive creature to a smoking heap of charred muscle and bone. Alex scanned the area, ensuring no other threats lurked nearby before dashing toward the gate. As his foot touched the first stone tile, he activated the ability he had gained from consuming the phase Spider Queen. His form flickered, phasing out of existence. In this shadowy dimension, everything around him turned to shades of black and white, and he floated silently over the gate, landing on a wooden platform. Phasing back into existence, he noticed a skeleton clutching a book. He picked it up and began to read the notes left behind by another unlucky soul. "This place is dark, but the lady's light shines yet." Just as the drow had almost broken through, Jarrus rallied the last of the initiates and charged forth. For a moment, the cavern shone with Seleni's own brilliance. "I'd have gladly gone with them, wound or no, but Jarrus bade me stay and hold the gate until his return. I am to keep the records, too. I'll save space to write of his victory." Days have passed, or perhaps mere hours. We collapsed the tunnel to stop the drow, but they were supposed to return after the battle. I can't dig out the tunnel on my own. My eyes won't adjust to this darkness, but I can hear them of those who survive via stripping the dead. I'm sorry, I haven't learned the death rites yet, but I will hold the gate. I promise. The final entry was barely legible, more like faint scratches on the parchment than words. But it was enough to piece together what had happened here. Alex's suspicion was confirmed when he noticed a tattered banner nearby, emblazoned with a pair of silvery eyes and 7 stars, the symbol of Selene. This was a Selûnite outpost, abandoned after its defenders fell, Alex murmured, his voice echoing in the silence. As he looked down, something caught his eye, a silvery key, half buried in the dirt. Despite the grime, it still gleamed with a faint luster. He pocketed the key, as it might come in handy later. Scanning the area, Alex's gaze settled on a tall statue of a woman holding a scepter, the gem at its head glowing with a strong bluish-white light. A thin thread of light connected the statue to the gate at the front of the outpost. That must be what's powering the gate's defenses, Alex reasoned. He jumped down from the wall, landing near a lever to his left. When he pulled it, the gate creaked open. Alex took cover, expecting the statue to attack, but when nothing happened, he cautiously moved forward, inching closer to the gate. Once he was sure it was safe, he approached the Minotaur's lifeless body and began to consume it, absorbing its strength and memories. Deciding to be cautious, he pulled the lever again, watching as the gate closed. Turning around, he noticed a wooden raft piled with simple weapons and scattered crates filled with armor and other supplies. It struck him as odd. Why leave all these supplies behind? Alex wondered aloud. In war, supplies were often as valuable as the victory itself. Then he spotted another journal near the statue, its title catching his eye, In Search of the Night Song. In Search of the Night Song. Fascinating that such a seemingly valuable object has proven so difficult to track down. Indeed, treasure hunters the realm over have traveled to the Sword Coast with one goal in mind, to find the Night Song. Yet, one by one, they have failed, encountering dead ends, rebuffs, or else disappearing altogether. My latest inquiry was with a half-orc named Grully, who insisted he'd come as close as possible to the relic as one may go without forfeiting his or her life. He indicated that the object is not, as most reports suggest, in the Selûnite fort adjacent to the river Kunta. It is, in fact, held in an old Sharan fortress somewhere in the environs of Moonrise Towers. However, Grully reported that some kind of potent shadow prevents one from approaching where this fortress might be. Interesting, but useless, Alex muttered, tossing the journal aside. As he moved forward, he noticed an engraving on a nearby wall of blue eyes with golden and silver eyelids, surrounded by 7 silver stars. Despite the layers of dirt and dust, the engraving seemed to shimmer as if it had just been cleaned. Alex felt an unexpected wave of calm wash over him as he stared at it, but he quickly shook off the feeling and continued exploring. In a room to his left, he found 2 faded logbooks on a pair of tables. He picked one up and began to read. Logbook entries. Log 182. I was wrong. I should have paid more attention to the drow sightings. I should have known they were only a prelude. Stupid to think we had outsmarted them. This will be my last entry. Mend will keep the records from now on. Log 124. Signs of life near the outpost. Intelligent. Clearly trying to hide. Log 125. Still can't find the mysterious shapes. They know how to cover their tracks. Possibly drow. The next few entries were too faded to read. Log 129. Led them south. Rumors of a spectator there. Let the underdark solve its own problems. Log 130. No sightings. Log 131. No sightings. Log 132. Min saw statues down south, shaped like drow. Spectators shouldn't do that. Either way, that's one less problem to worry about. Alex set the logbook down, the weight of the final entries sinking in. The despair and futility of the outpost's last defenders were almost tangible, even in the faded ink. It was clear they had been fighting a losing battle against the drow, their situation growing more dire with each passing day. The mention of statues shaped like drow and spectatora an aberration with a deadly gazier piqued Alex's interest. Though disappointed by the lack of immediately useful information, Alex was still grateful for the leads he had found. He moved toward the opposite side of the room, peering through a window with iron bars that had been ripped from the stone wall. A few meters ahead, he could see statues of drow in various poses, just as the logbook had described. But before venturing outside, he decided to explore further. Ascending a set of stairs, Alex found 2 sets of iron bars, one on his left and one on his right. The gate on the right was open, revealing nothing of interest inside. The gate on the left was locked. Alex retrieved the key he had found earlier, inserting it into the lock and twisting it open. Inside, on a stone pedestal, sat an opulent chest. It didn't open with the key, so Alex used his tendrils to manipulate the lock, eventually prying it open to reveal a silvery helmet. This seems magical, Alex noted, inspecting the helmet. A shame I don't know what it does, he added, placing it back inside. He turned to leave, but something caught his eye. A brick in the wall, smoother than the others. Pressing it, the brick slid into the wall, revealing a hidden room with 2 more chests. The first chest contained 2 potions, one red, the other white. Alex tasted a drop from each. The red potion had a healing effect, while the white one was a powerful stimulant, both radiating an unfamiliar energy. Interesting, Alex remarked, closing the chest. The second chest, however, held a nasty surprise. A small bomb was rigged to the lock and lid. With careful precision, Alex disarmed the trap using his tendrils. Opening the chest, he found it empty. A prank? Alex muttered, unamused. He rummaged through the crates nearby, finding nothing but old clothes, rusted armor, weapons, and rotten food. Returning to the main hall, Alex moved toward a small Selene altar. The altar bore the familiar symbol of silvery eyes and stars, and beside it was a very long wooden ladder that seemed to lead to the surface. Now that I have a way out, I should check what's the deal with those drow statues outside, Alex mused. But I already have a hunch. He grabbed an empty crate, carried it outside through the broken window, and tossed it toward a drow statue at the edge of the stone plateau. Quickly taking cover, he watched as a spectator materialized, its many eyes scanning the area for the source of the disturbance. It had 4 eye stalks, with 2 located on either side of the upper half of the body. The spectator's skin was thick, lumpy, and rubbery, with numerous blood vessels visible on the surface. Its dark purple color helping it camouflages in the shadow. It had a single main eye in the middle of its floating body. Alex held his breath, staying hidden as the spectator's gaze swept over his hiding spot. The creature lingered for a moment before slowly retreating back into the shadows. Now that Alex knew where the spectator was, he faced another problem. He knew very little about these creatures, only that their gaze was deadly. The limited information he had accumulated from pointed that when faced with a spectator, you either ran as fast as your legs could carry you or prayed to your gods because you were already dead. When you don't know what you're fighting against, use overwhelming force, Alex thought, recalling a lesson from Blackwatch training. It was time to put that knowledge to use. Alex's body shifted, every muscle coiled like a spring ready to release. He knew he had to use almost every skill he possessed for what was coming except for one. Forget the harpies, I'm not singing my way out of this, he muttered, his mind already splitting in two. One half focused on the battle ahead, while the other channeled his Shanic power, preparing to launch a mental assault. His mind checked in with his body, ensuring everything was functioning at peak efficiency. The small organ that allowed him to phase in and out of the material plane hummed softly within him, ready to activate at a moment's notice. His arms shifted, transforming into sharp, metallic talons dripping with the paralyzing poison of phase spiders. He flexed his newly formed claws, feeling the deadly strength coursing through him. Then, with a deep breath, he released all the pent-up energy in a single, explosive dash. The stone floor beneath him cracked under the force of his launch as he became a blur, hurtling toward his unsuspecting target. In mid-flight, he unleashed a devastating Shanic blast, the sheer force of it stunning the massive spectator creature before it could even register what was happening. The impact was so violent that Alex smashed through the spectator's bulbous form, his momentum carrying him straight into the stone wall beyond. The collision sent shards of rock flying, and when the dust settled, Alex found himself embedded several meters deep in the wall. Shaking off the debris, he crawled out of the crater he had created, his body aching from the impact but his resolve unshaken. He looked back at the spectator's remains, a gruesome pile of flesh and ooze. Flesh tendrils grew from Alex's back, consuming the remains. The memories of the creature's final moments flooded Alex's mind as he began to consume what was left of it, focusing particularly on its brain, which had somehow survived the catastrophic impact. It was deep within the creature, nestled among its most vital organs. As the last of the flesh dissolved under his touch, Alex learned the truth. The spectator had not only petrified the drows but had used them as bait, its presence a curse that had doomed the outpost. The creature's power had been so overwhelming that it tore through the Selûnite defenses, unpetrifying the drows it had turned to stone and turning them into instruments of slaughter. This guy really packed a punch, Alex remarked. But mine were faster. The spectator had been the bane of the Selûnite outpost, but it wasn't its primary order. It was tasked to guard the drow it petrified. With the spectator defeated and its memories absorbed, Alex stood over the battlefield, considering his next move. He noticed the drow statues scattered around and wondered what knowledge they might hold. Summoning 5 new eye stalks from his backer, an ability he had just acquired, Alex aimed them at the statues. Each stalk fired a purplish ray that struck the stone figures, slowly reversing the petrification process. As the drow began to regain their senses, Alex quickly retracted the eye stalks, not wanting to provoke them. He knew all too well that drow weren't known for their hospitality, especially toward those who had bested them in any capacity. A drow's appearance was a striking blend of elegance and intimidation, designed to captivate and unsettle those who encountered them. Their bodies were lithe and wiry, with an athletic build that spoke of both agility and strength. Their faces were finely chiseled, with sharp, angular features that were both beautiful and severe, exuding a dark allure. The drow's skin was a deep, lustrous ebony, providing a stark contrast to their hair, which was often white or silver, cascading down in silky waves. Their eyes were perhaps the most captivating feature, glowing with a faint, eerie light in hues that ranged from red to violet, or even a pale, ghostly white. This luminescence added to their mysterious and dangerous aura, making it difficult to discern their true intentions. The first drow to fully recover was on his hands and knees, too exhausted to do anything but plead for rest. "Let me rest, please," he said weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "Talk with the others." Alex ignored him and approached another drow, this one dressed in the elaborate robes of a mage. The mage was frantically trying to clean dust from his tongue, muttering in frustration. "Dust on my tongue." The drow spat, still focused on the discomfort. Then, with a sudden, sharp gaze, he looked at Alex. "I offer a parley, and he brings a spectator?" The twit quite ruined my ambush. "Now, who are you?" Alex remained calm, his expression unreadable. "I'll tell you my name, but first, who is this twit you're talking about?" The drow mage scoffed, clearly irritated. "Arrival a mere footnote to my legend. You should be more concerned with who I am." He straightened, puffing out his chest. "I am Darn, third son of House Battle, first rank evoker, an initiate of Graven Hollow." Darn reached into his robes, pulling out a dimly glowing crystal. As he stared at it, his boastful demeanor crumbled, replaced by a look of sheer panic. "No, no, no, my dear dark gods below. No!" he screamed, clutching the fading crystal in his trembling hands. "What happened?" Alex asked, intrigued by the drow's sudden change in behavior. "This memory shard, it should glow for years, yet it's fading," Darn explained, his voice frantic. "It contains knowledge precious to me. To see it dull means my enemies have already found the forge." He stuffed the crystal back into his robes, his mind racing. "Which bastards stole my glory, Xargrim?" "Zilro?" He looked at Alex with wild eyes, demanding answers. Alex shook his head, indifferent to the drow's fury. "I don't know any of those names." "I just killed the spectator," he said bluntly. He knew what the summoner looked like from the spectator's memories, but revealing that information would only complicate matters. Darn stared at him in disbelief. "You killed the spectator that petrified me and my team?" The incredulity in his voice was palpable. "Do you see any spectator lying around?" The drow mage narrowed his eyes, then sighed in resignation. "Good, then. Now, leave," he said dismissively, already turning his attention to another drow who had just been unpetrified. Alex raised an eyebrow at the abrupt dismissal but decided not to press the issue. He had no interest in getting entangled in drow politics. He walked back to the broken grated window he had entered through and noticed a narrow path along the wall. It looked treacherous but passable. With careful steps, he began to edge his way around, keeping low and quiet. At the edge of the wall, he phased out of the material plane, to avoid the deadly beams from the remaining statues. Reappearing a few meters ahead, he resumed his cautious advance. As he walked, the ground trembled once more, a deep rumble that echoed through the cavern. "I hope I don't have to fight some kind of titanic worm," Alex muttered to himself. Eventually, he came across a stone ramp leading upward. At the top, he found a sword embedded in the rock, with a silvery helmet lying beside it. The weapon radiated a faint, otherworldly aura, but when Alex tried to pull it free, he felt an invisible force holding it in place. He considered using his full strength but decided against it, not wanting to risk damaging the blade. "I'll come back for this if I figure out how to take it out without breaking it," he resolved, leaving the sword in its stone prison for the time being. Turning back toward the place where he had initially fallen into the Underdark, Alex spotted two minotaurs patrolling the area. From the memories of the minotaur he had consumed earlier, he knew these beasts had caught the scent of human from somewhere nearby. One of them had found the outpost and had charged in recklessly, only to meet a fiery end at the hands of the outpost's defenses. Armed with this new knowledge, Alex felt a surge of confidence. He knew the minotaurs weren't as formidable as they appeared, especially after having consumed one of their own. Now, with a much deeper understanding of the Underdark and its dangers, he decided to face the remaining minotaurs head-on. As he prepared for the confrontation, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of excitement. The Underdark was a place of endless dangers, but it was also a realm of untold power, and Alex intended to claim as much of it as he could. As Alex approached the two hulking minotaurs, the tension in the air was palpable. The first minotaur, Tarak, caught sight of him and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the caverns. Without hesitation, Tarak charged, his massive horns aimed squarely at Alex's chest, ready to impale him. But Alex was faster. In a split second, he leapt high into the air, effortlessly dodging the beast's deadly assault. Tarak's momentum carried him forward, his hooves skidding on the stone as he struggled to halt his charge. Grimash, the second minotaur, quickly moved to back up his comrade. Lowering his head, he barreled toward Alex with a thunderous force. This time, however, Alex didn't bother to dodge. His arm shifted, morphing into a solid, black shield that absorbed the impact of Grimash's charge. The ground groaned under the strain as Alex's feet were pushed back several inches, but he held his ground, standing firm against the onslaught. For a moment, Grimash's eyes widened in disbelief, his fierce expression giving way to shock. His eyes seemed to say, "How could a puny human stop my mighty charge?" Without giving him a chance to recover, Alex's arm shifted once more, transforming into hammer fists. With a powerful swing, he brought them crashing down on Grimash's head, the force of the blow sending the minotaur staggering backward, reeling from the impact. As Grimash struggled to regain his balance, Tarak had already turned round, his rage doubling. He charged back into the fight, this time brandishing a gigantic battle axe that gleamed wickedly in the dim light. With a roar, Tarak raised the axe high above his head and brought it down with enough force to cleave Alex in two. But Alex was ready. He nimbly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly blade as it slammed into the ground where he had stood just moments before. As Tarak recovered from the missed strike, Grimash, now bleeding from a deep gash in his head, joined him, wielding a heavy mace. The two minotaurs stood side by side, their combined presence an intimidating wall of muscle and steel. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently, as if the earth itself were coming alive. With a thunderous roar, a massive creature burst from the ground beneath the minotaurs, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. Though the sheer size and weight of the minotaurs kept them from being thrown too far, the surprise of the attack momentarily disoriented them. Emerging from the hole was a monstrous beast covered in thick, dark blue plates. Its head was bullet-shaped, like that of a shark, and its mouth was filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature, a fearsome land shark, immediately locked onto Grimash, sensing his injury. With terrifying speed, the land shark lunged at the wounded minotaur, its massive jaws closing around his arm. Before Grimash could react, the creature tore a chunk of flesh from his limb and then vanished back into the stone, leaving Grimash howling in agony. Alex felt the vibrations beneath his feet as the land shark burrowed through the ground, preparing for another strike. Anticipating its next move, he raised his hammer fists high and slammed them down with all his might, sending a shockwave rippling through the stone floor. The land shark screeched in pain from within the earth, forced to alter its course. But the minotaurs, unwilling to let Alex take control of the fight, roared in unison and charged at him once more. Just as they were about to reach him, the land shark resurfaced beneath Tarak, its jaws closing around the minotaur's leg. Tarak bellowed in pain as the beast bit down, nearly severing his leg at the knee. The minotaur swung his massive axe in desperation, striking the land shark, but the blow wasn't strong enough to draw blood. The creature released Tarak's leg, ripping out another chunk of flesh before disappearing into the ground again. Tarak, now crippled and bleeding profusely, struggled to stay on his feet, while Grimash, his arm hanging limp and useless, advanced toward Alex with his mace. Despite his injuries, Grimash swung the weapon vertically with all his remaining strength. But Alex was too quick. He slid under the minotaur's legs, avoiding the attack, and sprang up behind him, landing squarely on Grimash's broad shoulders. Without hesitation, Alex drove his claws deep into the minotaur's armpits, severing muscles and nerves. The poison coating his claws spread quickly, further debilitating the already weakened creature. Grimash let out a guttural roar, dropping his mace as his arms went limp. Desperately, he lowered his head and charged at Alex, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated from the venom coursing through his veins. Alex leapt high into the air, allowing Grimash to stumble forward and crash headfirst into Tarak. Before the dazed Minotaur could recover, Tarak, driven by a mix of rage and desperation, struck his friend with the pommel of his axe, trying to force him get off him. The land shark erupted from the ground once more, its jaws closing around Grimash's torso. The creature began dragging the crippled Minotaur underground, ignoring his futile struggles. Tarak, seeing his comrade being pulled to his death, dropped his axe and grabbed onto Grimash's horns in a desperate attempt to save him. The ground trembled beneath them as the land shark pulled harder, determined to claim its prey. Alex saw his opportunity. His arm shifted into a razor-sharp blade, and he launched himself into the air. As he descended, he flipped in midair and brought the blade down with all his strength, splitting Tarak's head in two. The Minotaur's body went limp, his grip on Grimash's horns slackening as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Without hesitation, Alex's tendrils shot out from his body, latching onto the fallen Minotaur. The tendrils burrowed into Tarak's flesh, quickly consuming him as his body disintegrated into nothingness. As the last remnants of Tarak were absorbed, the ground shook once more. The land shark, sensing the opportunity to strike, burst from the earth directly beneath Alex, its massive jaws open wide, ready to swallow him whole. But Alex was prepared. His body shifted, encasing him in a gray, bony armor that covered every inch of his form. He allowed the land shark to swallow him, its powerful jaws snapping shut around him. Instead of the expected crunch of bones and flesh, the creature's teeth met something as hard as stone. The land shark had no time to comprehend its mistake before agony tore through its insides. Alex had grown spikes all over his armor, the sharp protrusions shredding the creature from within. The land shark thrashed violently, trying to dislodge its unwelcome meal, but the damage was already done. The beast's movements grew weaker and weaker until, with a final, shuddering convulsion, it collapsed, dead. Alex emerged from the land shark's ruined body, covered in blood and viscera, which his tendrils quickly absorbed, leaving him clean once more. "Your mother should have told you to be careful about what you swallow," Alex remarked dryly as he retracted his armor, surveying the battlefield. The Minotaurs were dead at Tarak, by his hand, and Grimash, somewhere undergrounder, and with the land shark now defeated, there were no more threats in sight. As he looked down at the land shark's massive corpse, Alex hesitated. Consuming it would be easy, but something about the creature intrigued him. "It would be a shame to consume you," he mused aloud. His tendrils extended once more, sinking into the creature's plates and burrowing into its flesh. They spread throughout its body, crawling along its spine and into its brain, altering its very nature. The land shark's body spasmed as Alex's tendrils rewired its instincts and desires. After a few tense moments, he retracted the tendrils and waited. The land shark's body twitched, then slowly rose to its feet. The creature looked around, its massive head swinging from side to side before its gaze settled on Alex. It walked over to him and lowered its head in submission. Alex placed a hand on the creature's head, and it wagged its tail like a massive, armored dog. "Master," the land shark's voice echoed in his mind, the word infused with telepathic reverence. Alex sighed. "Don't call me Master, I'm Alex." "Yes, Alex," the land shark responded obediently. Alex considered the creature for a moment. "Now, what should I call you?" "It seems kind of lackluster to call you a land shark all the time." He thought for a moment before deciding. "Your name from now on is Bullet." The creature lowered its head in agreement, its new name sinking into its reshaped mind. Alex patted Bullet's head one last time. "Go away for now, I'll call you when I need you," he instructed. Bullet seemed reluctant to leave, its new dog-like loyalty evident in the way it hesitated, looking back at Alex with what seemed like sadness. But eventually, it obeyed, burrowing into the stone and disappearing from sight. Alex had meticulously altered the land shark's brain, stripping away its original aggressive and stubborn nature. He had no use for a beast driven by such uncontrollable instincts, so he rewired its mind, reshaping it into something more obedient, more loyal, or something akin to a dog. The transformation was a success, and the result brought a rare, fleeting satisfaction to Alex's otherwise hardened heart. As he watched Bullet disappear into the ground, a thought crossed his mind. one that tugged at the corners of his conscience. "I wonder what Dana would say if she saw me now," he murmured, a faint, almost wistful smile playing on his lips. But the smile quickly faded, as if the weight of his memories was too heavy to bear. His expression darkened, the flicker of warmth extinguished by a cold, harsh reality. "No," he corrected himself, voice tinged with bitterness, "she doesn't see me as her brother anymore. Her brother is already dead." The words hung in the air, heavy with a sorrow he rarely allowed himself to feel. Alex shook his head, pushing the emotions deep down where they couldn't hurt him. There was no point in dwelling on the past, a past that wasn't even his. Not far away, Alex spotted a small ladder leading to a stack of crates. He paused a few meters from the ladder. Without warning, he raised his foot and slammed it into the ground with force. "There are mines buried up ahead," Alex said, his voice calm but edged with caution. This was no idle guess. He had just tapped into a new ability gained from the Landsharker, an ability that allowed him to feel the vibrations around him, giving him a sixth sense that extended deep underground. It was as if the earth itself whispered its secrets to him, revealing the hidden dangers that lay beneath the surface. Satisfied that he had detected all the mines, Alex leapt over the treacherous ground and landed on a stone platform. The crates that blocked his path were swiftly moved aside as he ventured further into the structure. Inside, he found more crates, barrels, and chests, all neatly stacked and some marked with a curious Z. He opened several, but their contents of jewelry, potions, and equipment held little value to him. His interest waned until he spotted a wooden elevator in the corner. "This one seems to have been recently used," Alex muttered, leaning in to inspect it. The scent of recent human presence lingered, subtle but unmistakable. He considered using the elevator but hesitated, his instincts telling him that he was not alone. The owners of this place were likely nearby, and Alex preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. For now, he chose a different path. Descending a slope, Alex found what he was looking for, a stone plateau covered in deadly mushrooms. The sight was both mesmerizing and lethal. Timask, with its large, plate-like caps in a spectrum of vibrant colors, loomed ominously, ready to unleash a cloud of spores that could cause intense confusion if disturbed. Bibabang, grotesque green growths resembling large tumors, waited to release a toxic gas upon any intruder who dared to approach. Torch stalks, smaller but no less dangerous, stood like sentinels, ready to explode and ignite the entire area at the slightest provocation. The combination of these mushrooms was a deadly and near-potential inferno waiting to happen, with Timask spores and Bibabang poison being highly flammable. This was no natural formation. The deadly setup was undoubtedly a creation of the creatures Alex sought. He scanned the area and quickly spotted a few myconids observing him from a higher vantage point. These humanoid fungi, with their large mushroom heads and faint, eerie glow, were known for their peaceful nature. But peace was fragile, and Alex knew they could become fiercely aggressive if they felt threatened. Testing their peacefulness, Alex took a few steps back, then sprinted forward and leapt onto the stone platform where two myconids stood. His sudden appearance startled them, and they reacted instinctively, releasing a cloud of spores that quickly enveloped him. Alex didn't resist. He let the spores work their way into his system, and soon, a chorus of turbulent music began to play inside his head, a strange, disorienting melody that seemed to twist and warp his thoughts. "This myconid is acting as a conduit for the collective," Alex noted, recognizing the unfamiliar sensation. The cacophony of music gradually quieted, leaving a single, commanding note resonating in his mind. "I am sovereign," a mysterious voice declared, its tone imbued with authority. A vision flashed before Alex's eyes, his body, lifeless and ensnared by fungal tendrils. This must be a threat, Alex thought, though he doubted their ability to kill him. He remained still, waiting for their next move. "State your purpose," the Sovereign demanded, the voice stern and unyielding. Alex decided to be honest. "I'm fascinated by your kind. If I'm not welcome, I'll leave," he replied, his tone respectful but unwavering. The alien mind probed his thoughts, searching for deception but finding none. Satisfied, the Sovereign spoke again, this time with a note of invitation. "Come to me, "Let us speak in flesh," the sovereign commanded, his music now coaxing Alex forward. The two myconids turned and began to walk, leading the way deeper into the myconid colony. Alex followed closely, stepping over massive mushrooms and wending his way through the grotto. The colony was a living organism unto itself, teeming with myconids of various colors and sizes. The air was thick with the smell of decay and earth, and the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi cast eerie shadows across the stone walls. Among the myconids walked a drug, its body covered in mushrooms, its eyes glazed over in a glassy, vacant stare. The Duergar was no longer a creature of its own will, but a vessel for the myconids' influence. Ascending a set of mushroom stairs, Alex finally reached the sovereign. The leader of the myconids was larger than the others, with a bright, multicolored sheen to his skin that made him stand out. Nearby, a female dark gnome lay on the ground, writhing in pain and drenched in sweat. Her suffering was palpable, and Alex felt a surge of curiosity and concern. He wanted to speak to her, but the sovereign's gaze held him in place, locking eyes with him in a way that demanded full attention. "Flesh talker, I show you a memory." "Watch and listen," the sovereign commanded, his voice resonating with the weight of the colony's collective consciousness. A vision flooded Alex's mind, of Duergar invaders mercilessly chopping down myconids, their brutality laid bare. The sovereign's voice returned, now heavy with sorrow and rage. "They broke our peace, they killed our young," the sovereign intoned, his grief evident. "We laid waste to many, but intruders remain." "Lakewood," the sovereign continued, his tone now filled with a sense of urgency. The music of the sovereign's voice held steady as his mind searched Alex's emotions, seeking understanding. Alex recognized this feeling, the raw, aching pain of loss. It was a feeling he had known too well, from the memories of Elizabeth Green, the woman who had lost everything in a cruel bioweapon experiment. The memory stung, but Alex pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. "I sense you understand our pain. You will find Duergar invaders near the lake's edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them," the sovereign urged, his plea almost desperate. Alex considered the Duergar creatures known for their tyranny, brutality, and greed. They were not deserving of mercy. "I accept," Alex responded simply, his voice carrying the weight of his decision. The Duergar were inhabitants of the Underdark, and if nothing else, he could extract valuable information from them. Another vision played in his mind, a cove covered by thick vines, with a glowing light revealing hidden treasures. "Riches of magic and mines. Cleanse the rot, and they are yours. You do the circle a service, we will wait word." The sovereign's music swirled into a shape that Alex recognized, gnomes in mining gear, their faces twisted in fear as they were chased by Duergar. "The Duergar seek a gnome." "She is a guest," the sovereign said, his voice tinged with protectiveness. Alex turned his attention to the sick female gnome lying nearby, her face twisted in agony. "But why defend her if it means your people dying?" Alex asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The sovereign remained silent for a moment, as if weighing his response carefully before speaking. "He seeks shelter, we offered one." "That's very kind of you," Alex responded, still unsure if this was the whole truth, but respecting their choice nonetheless. The sovereign's song shifted slightly, showing a hint of appreciation for Alex's understanding. "I saw a Duergar covered in mushrooms." "Is it your doing?" Alex inquired, his curiosity piqued. "We breathe life into our enemy's flesh. The dead make a fine host for my growing children," the sovereign explained, his tone matter of fact. "Interesting," Alex replied, feeling a spark of scientific curiosity igniting within him. The idea of using the dead as hosts for fungal growth fascinated him, but he sensed the sovereign's impatience and decided to move on. He turned his attention to the female dark gnome, kneeling beside her, and looked into her eye. Her skin was a deep, rich blue, typical of a deep gnome race, and she had striking white hair that contrasted sharply with her complexion. Her hair was tousled and slightly wild, giving her a rugged, adventurous look. She had large, pointed ears. She was dressed in sturdy leather armor. The armor was brown and appeared to be well worn. Beneath her armor, she wore a green undershirt. He reached out a hand, trying to see why she was clutching her abdomen. "Don't," the gnome gasped, clutching her stomach as her body trembled with pain. "Who did this to you?" he asked, his voice low, almost tender. "Diorga. They slashed me," she managed to say, her words strained as she fought to hold back tears. Each breath seemed to cause her agony, and her hands instinctively pressed against the wound, as if trying to hold her very life from slipping away. Alex gently reached out, his hand hovering just above her trembling fingers. "Let me see," he urged. "I'm a doctor. I can help you." She recoiled at first, mistrust flickering in her eyes, a survival instinct born from a world where help was often a prelude to harm. But the sincerity in Alex's voice, the unwavering calm in his eyes, seemed to pierce through her defenses. Slowly, hesitantly, she moved her hand away, revealing the wound. It wasn't deep, but the skin around it was an ashen gray, the kind of pallor that only meant one thing: a poison. Alex's heart sank as he saw how far it had spread, creeping like frost across her skin, leaving death in its wake. She doesn't have much time, Alex thought, the realization tightening his chest. The poison was eating away at her from the inside, destroying her organs with a relentless, insidious speed. Drawing on the memories he had absorbed from the Minotaur, Alex quickly identified the poison as one derived from a common weed in the Underdark, a toxin as deadly as it was crude. But there was hope. He knew a universal antidote could counteract it. "Can you help?" Her voice was barely a whisper now, eyes wide with desperation, pleading with him to save her. "Yes," Alex replied, his voice firm with determination. "But I need to find the antidote. I'll be back in a few minutes." He wasted no time, sprinting back to the storage room he found earlier. He rummaged through the supplies, until he found what he was looking for: a small vial, the antidote she desperately needed. He gripped it tightly and raced back to the grotto. "Here," he said, kneeling beside her again and carefully opening the bottle. He handed it to her, watching as her shaking hands struggled to hold it. She stared at the vial, as if fearing it was too late, but then, with a trembling breath, she brought it to her lips and drank it all. Her eyes squeezed shut, and for a moment, it seemed as if time stood still. Alex waited beside her, every second stretching out. But then, slowly, the color began to return to her skin. The ashen gray receded, her breathing steadied, the trembling subsided, and she managed to sit up with Alex's gentle assistance. "Gods, whatever that was, I needed it," she breathed, her voice stronger, tinged with the relief of someone who had just been pulled back from the edge of death. He could see the life returning to her eyes, the spark of resilience that hadn't been extinguished after all. "Why did you help me?" she asked, turning to look at him with a mixture of gratitude and suspicion. "I just wanted to help," Alex replied, his voice earnest. A part of him knew there was more to it than just a desire to do good. Perhaps it was an attempt to redeem something within himself, or to do something purely selfless, something that him would have never considered. The gnome narrowed her eyes, studying him as if searching for a hidden motive. "Down here? That's rare. But I nearly can move on my feet now." "I thank you for your help, but I need to get moving," she said, grimacing as she attempted to stand, her strength not yet fully returned. "Don't," Alex advised, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. "Your wound needs to be cleaned and covered, or it will get infected." She shook her head stubbornly, frustration flickering across her face. "Gargatas, I don't have time for this. My kin needs me. If you go like this, I doubt you can do much to help them," Alex said, his voice firm but understanding. "But I can." She paused, looking at him with a mixture of hope and wariness. "Seems like you're the helping hand," she said, a faint smile touching her lips for the first time. "All right, I need you to rescue my kin." "Not charity, mind you. We can pay you. We are the Iron Hand clan, best artificers in Baldur's Gate. We were on an expedition when the Diorga snatched us. I got away, but not the others. The Greys have them digging up some ruins near the lake." "What were you searching for?" Alex asked, his curiosity piqued. "Just mining materials," she replied quickly, but the brief hesitation, the slight tightening of her jaw, betrayed her. Alex's eyes narrowed, his mind working quickly to piece together the puzzle. "You're lying. Are you searching for an ancient forge?" he asked. Her eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" she whispered, taking a step back, her fear palpable. "Don't be scared," Alex said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I don't care about it. I just met someone foolish enough to search for it and learned a bit in the process. But I'll still help you." She eyed him skeptically, as if trying to figure out whether to trust him, but in the end, she nodded, perhaps realizing she had little choice. "Thank you," she said, the words laden with both relief and resignation. "I only wish I could go with you." She reached down and removed her boots, holding them out to him. "Here, I nabbed them from one of the greys when I escaped. I'll feel better knowing you're using them to kick some Diorga ass." Alex glanced at the brown leather boots she offered. "What do those do?" he asked, curious about their significance. "They make you run faster," she explained, a hint of pride in her voice. Alex looked at her, then down at his own silvery boots. "You can keep them," he said, pushing the boots back toward her. "Are you sure?" she asked, surprised by his refusal. "Yeah," he replied with a small smile. "I've got these." She shrugged, accepting his decision, and pulled out a small scroll from her pack. "I have a map. I'll mark the location where I escaped. I'll wait here, I suppose." "Not much choice, eh?" Alex took the scroll from her, his mind already mapping out his next steps. But before he turned to leave, something still nagged at him. "One more question before I go. Why did the Myconids take you in?" She sighed, the weight of her ordeal evident in her eyes. "They took pity on me." "Sound lads, even though the Greys gave them hell for it." "Did you talk to the Sovereign?" she asked. Alex nodded, his mind briefly flashing back to the strange, otherworldly connection he had felt with the Myconid leader. "Yeah, I did," he replied, his voice softer now, touched by the lingering echoes of the Sovereign's music that still played faintly in the corners of his mind. "Take care," Alex said, his voice gentle as he turned to leave. "My name is Ulla," she called out after him, her voice carrying a mixture of gratitude and something else, perhaps a hint of vulnerability. Alex paused, glancing back at her over his shoulder. A small, genuine smile touched his lips, one that softened the usual guardedness in his expression. "Alex," he replied simply, before he descended the mushroom stairs. As he stepped off the last mushroom, Alex's thoughts were already shifting to his next move. He scanned the corners of the Myconid colony, where shadows lingered, casting eerie shapes against the bioluminescent glow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the peculiar mustiness that clung to the underdark. It was an alien world, hostile and uninviting, yet something about it stirred an odd sense of calm within him. A few steps ahead, a figure caught his attention, a hobgoblin, hunched over a table cluttered with books and scrolls. The creature seemed engrossed in its work, murmuring softly to itself as it pored over the ancient texts. Alex observed him for a moment, noting the intense focus with which the hobgoblin studied the pages, as if searching for some elusive truth. Sensing Alex's presence, the hobgoblin straightened, his yellow eyes locking onto Alex's with a mix of curiosity and guarded interest. "A visitor," the hobgoblin said, his voice deep and resonant, carrying a peculiar warmth. "You are a welcome sight. But let us observe the custom of the locals." As he spoke, Alex felt a subtle tug within his mind, an almost imperceptible connection forming between them. He realized with a start that the hobgoblin's voice was resonating inside his head, not just in his ears. It was a strange sensation, intimate yet unsettling. "Spores seem to connect our minds," Alex noted aloud, his tone thoughtful as he recognized the source of the telepathic link. "Yes," the hobgoblin confirmed, tapping the side of his head lightly, a knowing smile on his lips. "This is their main purpose, to allow living beings to communicate telepathically." "Remarkable, isn't it?" Alex nodded, though the strangeness of it still left him slightly uneasy. "Blurg, proud member of the Society of Brilliance, at your service," Blurg added, his telepathic voice carrying a formal air. But as he spoke, a grimace flickered across his face, and he shook his head, as if disoriented. "Or perhaps not." "Your mind is far too complex compared with the fungi," he muttered, a note of frustration creeping into his voice. "Alex, I'm a traveler," Alex responded, projecting his thoughts back to Blurg with surprising ease. The mental exchange felt almost natural, as if he had always known how to communicate this way. Blurg's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Are you a Shinnik by chance?" he asked, clearly intrigued by Alex's effortless grasp of telepathy. "No, I just know a few tricks I picked up along my travels," Alex replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. He wasn't about to reveal the full extent of his abilities to a stranger. "Very interesting," Blug mused, his curiosity clearly piqued. "How can I help you? Can you tell me about your society?" "I've never heard of it," Alex asked, steering the conversation towards something more concrete. "Understandable," Blug replied with a nod. "We are a small group and rarely stay in one place for long. My colleagues and I work to improve conditions in the Underdark. This need not be such a dire and hostile place." He spoke with a quiet passion, a hint of idealism that seemed almost out of place in such a grim setting. "But it's curious for a surface dweller to be here." "What has brought you down so deep?" "I fell through a hole and decided to explore the place," Alex said with a shrug, his voice light, almost casual, as if discussing an ordinary event. "But the absurdity of it falling through a hole into the Underdark made Blug chuckle." "A hole?" "Ha ha." Blug's laughter was rich and hearty, a sound that seemed to defy the gloom around them. "But I must warn you, the Underdark is not a place you can explore without thorough preparation." "I can manage," Alex replied, his tone confident, though he knew Blug was right. The Underdark was treacherous, a labyrinth of dangers lurking at every turn. "But who is this place's apex predator?" Blug's expression grew more serious. "Besides the bullet and hook horrors in this part, there are none." "But the Underdark is home to many deadly monsters, so I advise you not to go too far." Just then, Alex felt a presence beside him, something moving with a slow, deliberate glide. His muscles tensed, instincts screaming at him to react. He turned, his hand forming into a fist, only to stop short when he saw what it was: an illithid, a mind flayer, its appearance both horrifying and fascinating. Its tentacled face moved slightly, as if tasting the air, and Alex could feel a psychic pressure brushing against his mind, probing, searching. "This is my colleague, Omeluum," Blug said quickly, sensing Alex's tension. "I know its appearance is not the friendliest, but please remain calm. Your brain is very peculiar, very strong." Omeluum's voice echoed in Alex's mind, cold and analytical, as if the mind flayer were dissecting his very thoughts. Alex felt the mental probe intensify, a sharp, invasive presence trying to pierce through his defenses. But with a practiced ease, he raised a mental barrier, blocking Omeluum's intrusion. "Thank you, I could say the same," Alex replied, his mental voice cool and composed, matching the illithid's tone. "How does one become colleagues with an illithid?" Alex asked aloud, his voice betraying a hint of skepticism. "I escaped the Elder Brain's influence and fled as far as possible. I joined the society because even before I was transformed, I had a scientific mind. I was a herbalist," Omeluum explained telepathically, its tone matter-of-fact, yet there was an underlying current of something else, perhaps a lingering bitterness, or a sense of loss. "Interesting story," Alex said, though his suspicion lingered. "How did you escape the Elder Brain?" "I was teleported, and the distance was so great it snapped the leash," Omeluum replied, his voice steady. Alex sighed. The illithid, his skepticism not entirely dispelled. "I can assure you, if I were under control, I wouldn't be here in the first place," Omeluum added, his mental tone tinged with a touch of resignation. "As a mind flayer, do you know what happens if a tadpole dies while inside the victim's skull?" Alex asked, his question pointed, probing for more information. Omeluum's mental voice paused, as if considering the question carefully. "Strange question," Omeluum noted, the mental connection carrying a hint of curiosity. "Usually, it's the other way around, or they both die simultaneously. But in rare cases, if a tadpole dies, it calcifies, becoming nothing but a piece of smooth bone." That was all Alex needed to know. The information was unsettling, yet oddly comforting in its finality. "How long do you plan to stay here?" Alex asked Blug, shifting the conversation back to the present. "A few more weeks," Blug replied, his tone thoughtful. "Then we will travel to another part. Our work here is almost complete." "I found a strange sword stuck in the rock, covered with blood, near the Selunite outpost," Alex mentioned, his words casual, though he watched Blurg closely for any reaction. Blurg's eyes flickered with interest, though he tried to keep his expression neutral. "I think I saw it with one of my focusing lenses." "But wasn't that place patrolled by 3 minotaurs?" he asked, a hint of caution in his voice. "Let's say they are not a problem anymore," Alex said, his tone cryptic. "Do you know anything about it?" Blurg hesitated, clearly wanting to ask more, but he held back, perhaps sensing that pushing too hard would only close off Alex further. "Yes, I can inspect it if the path is clear," Blurg said finally. "I will come with you." "The Underdark is very unpredictable," Omelwam added, his telepathic voice carrying a subtle undertone that Alex couldn't quite place here. Perhaps concern, or a desire to observe him more closely. Alex suspected this was their way of saying they wanted to keep an eye on him. With the conversation concluded, Alex, Blurg, and Omelwam moved out. The trio moved as one toward the spot where the mysterious sword was embedded, their footsteps echoing softly against the rough stone and damp earth. Omelwam floated with a ghostly grace above the mine platform, his form gliding effortlessly through the air, while Blurg muttered an incantation. His body propelled upward in a powerful leap that carried him across the treacherous terrain. Alex, however, chose a more cautious route, clinging to the stone wall as he inched along it. Jumping would have been quicker, but doing so would have drawn too much attention to his capabilities. So better to play it safe. Once they reached the spot, a tense silence fell over them. The sword, its hilt gleaming faintly in the dim light of the Underdark, jutted out from the rock like a relic from another world. It was beautiful and eerie, exuding an aura of power that it was impossible to ignore. Blurg approached it first, his scholarly curiosity evident in the way he carefully examined the area. Omelwam followed suit, his mind flare tendrils twitching as he sensed the sword's latent energy. Blurg produced a magnifying glass from his robes, the lens catching the faint light as he held it up to inspect the sword more closely. His eyes narrowed as he read the delicate inscription carved into the blade. "This is a drow sword," he murmured, his voice thoughtful, tinged with reverence. "Judging by its craftsmanship and the recent nature of the inscription, it's a work of art as much as it is a weapon." He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. "The engraving says, 'Though I have to leave you, I will dance forever in Elistrae's light.'" The words hung in the air, their meaning elusive yet profound. "Who is Elistrae?" Alex asked. Omelwam's telepathic voice entered Alex's mind, cool and precise. "The goddess of beauty, song, dance, freedom, moonlight, swordwork, and hunting within the drow pantheon. She is a beacon of light for those who seek redemption, a symbol of hope and grace." Judging by the soft white glow, it seems she has blessed this sword. Alex nodded, absorbing the information. The sword, with its ethereal glow and sacred inscription, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, as if it were waiting for something or someone. Blurg, meanwhile, had continued his examination, looking for any sign of a curse or trap. "It seems the sword has no curse or traps attached to it," Blurg concluded, his tone confident. "To pull the sword, we can offer some blood or simply pull it out. I suspect, though, that you'll be able to remove it without much trouble." "Are you sure the sword wouldn't break if I pull too hard?" Alex asked, his hand hovering near the hilt. The thought of shattering such a finely crafted weapon made him hesitate. Blurg shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. "You can try, but I doubt it." Swords blessed by Elistrae are extremely durable, almost indestructible. They are designed to withstand immense force and can strike with unparalleled power. Living creatures wielding such swords react first in battle, can better evade or withstand blows, strike more accurately, and can wound even creatures that need magic to be harmed. "This is the first time I've seen such a sword in person, and I must say, it's remarkable." The significance of Blurg's words wasn't lost on Alex. A weapon of such caliber wasn't just a tool, it was a rare and precious artifact, a link to something greater. Deciding it was safe, Alex stepped forward, his fingers wrapping around the hilt. The moment he touched it, a strange sensation coursed through him. Blurg and Omelwam watched with bated breath. As Alex began to pull, the sword resisted at first, as if rooted deep within the earth by some unseen force. It felt like a dozen hands were pulling against him, trying to keep the blade where it was. But Alex's strength proved greater. With a controlled, deliberate movement, he extracted the sword from the stone. As the blade slid free, a beautiful, haunting song filled the air, surrounding Alex in a melody so pure and sweet it brought tears to his eyes. He spun around, searching for the source of the music, but found nothing. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, wrapping around his heart, stirring memories of joy and sorrow, of love and loss. It was a song that spoke to the deepest parts of his soul, reminding him of moments he had forgotten, emotions he had buried. But as quickly as it began, the song stopped, leaving only silence in its wake. Alex stood there, sword in hand, feeling as though something precious had been ripped away from him. "Did you hear it?" he asked, his voice hoarse with emotion. Blug and Omelwym exchanged puzzled looks. "Hear what?" Blug asked, his brow furrowed. "Someone started to sing the moment I took the sword out," Alex explained, trying to grasp the fleeting memory of the song. "But it stopped now." Blug's eyes widened in understanding. "We heard nothing." "We suspect the sword had something to do with it." "Did you hear a woman singing?" "Did the song seem to move your very soul?" Alex nodded, his grip tightening on a hilt. The memory of the song lingered, a bittersweet echo that filled him with both longing and peace. It was as if, in those few moments, he had glimpsed a world beyond the darkness of the Underdark, a world bathed in moonlight, where beauty and freedom reigned. "We can't say for sure," Omelwym interjected, his telepathic voice soft, almost reverent, "but it could have been Elistrae. She is known for her beautiful song that can move even the darkest hearts. But why sing just to me?" Alex wondered aloud, his mind racing with possibilities. Blug's expression softened, a rare look of empathy crossing his features. "The only one who knows the answer is her," he said, his voice gentle. "Perhaps she saw something in you, something worthy of her blessing." Alex, deciding that what was done, took a good look at the sword in his hand. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each detail carved with care and devotion. The hilt felt like it was made for him, fitting perfectly in his grip. The blade, though light, had a weight to it, a balance that made it an extension of his arm, ready to strike with deadly precision. As he admired it, he felt a subtle tug from the sword, a whisper at the edge of his consciousness. "Sing," Alex murmured, almost without thinking. Suddenly, a new melody began to play around him. This song was different from the one before, yet equally beautiful. It filled the cavern with its harmonious notes, resonating through the stone and air, making the very ground beneath their feet hum with life. Blug watched in amazement, his eyes wide with fascination. "What did you do?" he asked, his voice hushed as if afraid to break the spell. "The sword told me to make it sing," Alex responded, his own confusion evident. The song was a manifestation of the sword's power, a reflection of its divine blessing. But even as the melody played, he felt another tuga, this one sharper, more insistent. "Shriek," Alex said, barely above a whisper. The melody abruptly ceased, replaced by a near-splitting scream that ripped through the air with the force of a physical blow. Blug fell to his knees, his hands clamping over his ears as he cried out in pain. Even Omelwym, usually so composed, grimaced, his telepathic link vibrating with discomfort. "Stop it!" Blug screamed, his voice ragged, desperate to escape the torment. "Stop," Alex commanded, and the scream died instantly, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Blug stood up shakily, dusting off his robes. With trembling hands, "I would have appreciated a warning," he muttered, his tone tinged with irritation and lingering fear. "Now that you have your sword, we will go back to the Myconid colony." Before they could move, Omelwym floated over to Alex, his presence commanding attention. "See that tower over there?" He pointed with a tentacle to a tall, ruined tower that loomed in the distance, its silhouette stark against the dark expanse of the Underdark. Alex nodded, his eyes narrowing as he studied the structure. It looked ancient, its walls grumbling with age. "I need something from there," Omelwym said telepathically, his tone smooth, almost persuasive. "If you help me retrieve it, I will reward you greatly." "Tell me why you don't want to go there yourself already," Alex replied, his tone skeptical. Through the telepathic link, Alex sensed a flicker of amusement from Omeluum. The tower's defenses are troublesome for mages, he admitted, his mental voice carrying a hint of resignation. How so? Alex pressed, still wary. The arcane turrets are highly resistant to any form of magic and have enough power to kill me in a few shots. All my magic focuses on the mind, which is ineffective against them. So, your plan is for me to get inside and turn off the defenses, allowing you to enter safely? Alex summarized, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Exactly, Omeluum confirmed, his tone almost relieved that Alex had understood. Alex glanced at the tower again, weighing his options. The task seemed dangerous, but the allure of a rewarder and the potential knowledge he might gain was tempting. I'll see what I can do, he finally said, but I hope this reward will be worth the trouble. I already have a mission from the Myconids, and they seem very keen on getting their revenge. Omeluum nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. He then floated back to Blurg, who was waiting a few meters away, his expression thoughtful. As they regrouped, Alex's back shifted slightly, his body accommodating the new weapon as a sheath formed to hold it securely. The sword rested against him, a comforting weight, as if it were meant to be there all along. The remnants of the battle between the Myconids and Diorga were a macabre sight, the aftermath of a brutal clash that left the ground littered with broken bodies and scattered limbs. The Diorga and Myconid corpses were being dragged back to the Myconid lair by their brethren, the fungal creatures moving with a purpose that was both eerie and sorrowful. The Myconids, though alien in their appearance and behavior, exhibited a grim determination as they collected the bodies to nourish their younger a necessary but somber task in the unforgiving world of the underdog. Alex, moving with the stealth of a shadow, observed the scene from a distance. His presence almost undetectable. Spotting an opportunity, he silently approached one of the Diorga corpses and then a Myconid, consuming both without leaving a trace. The act of consuming the bodies granted him a flood of memories and knowledge, a wealth of information that would prove invaluable for the journey ahead. The Myconid mind was a strange and alien thing, a network of thoughts and emotions that were deeply interconnected with the collective consciousness of its circle. As Alex delved into the memories of the young Myconid he had consumed, he experienced life through its eyes, or more accurately, through its senses. The Myconid had been barely 5 years old, a child by human standards, and its life had been filled with the simple joys of being part of a larger whole. There was no individuality as humans understood it. Instead, there was a profound sense of unity, a shared existence where every thought, every feeling, was experienced together with its kin. The young Myconid's life flashed before Alex's eyes. A brief, bright flame snuffed out too soon. But it wasn't just the memories that affected Alex, it was the emotions that accompanied them. The joy of being together, the pain of separation, and the deep sorrow of loss. This experience gave him a new understanding of the Myconid sovereign's desire for revenge. To Sovereign, the Myconids were not just subjects or followers, they were his children, and the loss of so many to the Diorga was a wound that cut deep into his very soul. The Diorga's mind, on the other hand, was starkly different. When Alex consumed the Diorga's corpse, he was met with a mind much more familiar, similar in many ways to a human's, yet shaped by a life of harshness and brutality. The Diorga's memories were long and complex, filled with scenes of violence, struggle, and unrelenting toil. The Grey Dwarves were a people defined by their hardships, and they wore their suffering as a badge of honor, a source of twisted pride. Their lives were bleak, devoid of the warmth of happiness, and they embraced this emptiness as a strength, a defining trait of their race. As Alex sifted through the Diorga's memories, he saw how they viewed the world through a lens of cynicism and mistrust, where every interaction was a potential betrayal and every kindness a mask for hidden motives. The Diorga thrived on greed, conflict, and a rejection of emotion, seeing these vices not as weaknesses but as the pillars of their society. This insight into their psyche made Alex understand why the Diorga were feared and hated by so many. They were creatures who thrived on the suffering of others, who saw no value in the softer emotions that made life bearable. But among these dark memories, Alex found something crucial, a piece of information. He now knew where all his friends were being held, and it was clear that the absolute army was involved. It was time to pay the Diorga a visit. The beach where the Diorga were camped was a desolate place, the remnants of a wooden cabin standing like a skeleton against the dark backdrop of the underdark. Alex moved with silent precision, his form cloaked in the invisibility spell, a skill he had mastered from the Diorga's memories. The spell rendered him invisible to the eye and undetectable to heat and infrared sensors, though it did nothing to mask his scent or sound. He knew he had to be careful. The spell would break the moment he attacked, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Creeping into the cabin, Alex spotted a Diorga sitting at a table, engrossed in reading a document. The Diorga had no time to react as Alex swiftly wrapped his arm around his neck, snapping it with a single, practiced motion. The body crumpled to the floor, and within moments, Alex consumed it, absorbing yet another set of memories. Stepping outside, Alex unsheathed Falaluv, the blade gleaming faintly even in the dim light. Standing on a small wooden platform that overlooked the camp, Alex gave a single command: shriek. The blade obeyed instantly, releasing a piercing, supernatural scream that echoed across the beach, drawing the attention of every Diorga in the vicinity. Alex spotted two Diorga rushing toward him and another in the distance, preparing to cast a spell. With a powerful leap, Alex launched himself at the two nearest Diorga, a cloud of spores exploding from him as he did so, engulfing the area in a thick, choking fog. Fuck, he was next to me. Everyone look out! Gek, one of the Diorga, shouted as he coughed and sputtered, his voice filled with panic. Fuck this smoke, he muttered, realizing too late that it wasn't smoke at all. The spores were something far more insidious, something that began to sap his strength, slowing his movements as if he were wading through molasses. Gek tried to fight back, to see through the thick haze that clouded his vision, but every time he thought he spotted something, it vanished the moment he turned to face it. His frustration grew, his mind struggling to make sense of the illusion. It's messing with my mind. Got to get out of this, Gek muttered to himself as he stumbled out of the cloud, desperate to escape. Lucan, throw a firebolt and burn this shit up, he shouted, but the only response was silence. Fuck, Gek cursed, realizing he was alone. He began to summon the dead, intending to use their strength to turn the tide. But he never finished the spell. A blade pierced his skull, the sharp steel driving through bone and brain with lethal precision. Gek's life ended in an instant, and as his body fell to the ground, tendrils of flesh wrapped around him, consuming him in a matter of seconds. Well, that was easy, Alex said to himself as he sheathed Falaluv, the sword's sheath absorbing the blood from the blade. With a thunderous clap, he dispersed the spore cloud, the air clearing as if nothing had happened. As Alex prepared to leave the camp, he noticed something unusual. Standing near the edge of the village was a red, rotund myconid with the stature of a dwarf. This was Glut, a sovereign he saw back at the colony. The look in his eyes that spoke of a deep, seething hatred. Flesh walker, tongue talker, far you've come. Reach into memory, tell me of home, Glut communicated, his thoughts sliding into Alex's mind like a venomous whisper. I have no home, Alex replied, his voice steady, but his senses on high alert. I too have no home left. Let me show you what happened to it, Glut conveyed, sending a vision into Alex's mind. The image was stark and horrifying, a humid cove filled with the corpses of dead myconids, their bodies twisted and broken. The remains of a massacre. Diorga destroyed my people. I'm a sovereign with no circle. This circle does not welcome me. But I heard the song you were meant to cleanse the rot, and you did. The tumor is excised, the Diorga are dead. Here, I break ground. From the dark, a mighty circle will rise. My song will fill the grotto. The death dealer, the grotto may sustain one circle. In the age of Glut, there may be no spore. Eliminate the other sovereign. Glut's voice dripped with venom, his hatred palpable. Why do you want to kill Spore, even after it gave you shelter? Alex asked, trying to understand the depths of Glut's malice. Glut's voice filled Alex's mind with venom and rage. A fate it turned. My circle long suffered while the Diorga flourished. I sang to Spore for help, yet it cowered in the grotto and let my people be slaughtered. Choose, smooth mind, help me kill the circle and reap a great reward. or protect the precious poltroon as it waits for the circle of Glut to devour it whole. Alex looked at Glut. The offer was tempting, but he couldn't ignore the feeling of wrongness that radiated from the sovereign. The Duergar were dead, and the myconid spore had welcomed Glut when he had no one else. Now, Glut sought to destroy that same circle, driven by a desire for power and revenge. No, Alex finally responded, his voice firm. The decision made. He would not become a pawn in Glut. Then you must die, Glut retorted, his voice echoing with a chilling finality. The ground beneath them trembled violently, a deep rumble that sent shockwaves through the cavern. Alex's instincts kicked in, and he leapt back just in time to avoid the eruption of earth, as a landshark burst from the ground. Its enormous form towered between Alex and Glut, its body grotesquely covered in fungal growths that pulsed with a sickly glow. The creature's eyes, once fierce and predatory, now seemed clouded, lost to the fungal infection that had twisted its mind and body. Alex calmly assessed the situation. The landshark wasn't alone behind it. He spotted the looming figures of two hook horrors, their hooked limbs clattering against the stone floor as they approached. Their fungal-covered bodies moved with a disjointed rhythm, a clear sign that the infection had taken root deep within their minds, turning them into thralls of Glut's will. But Alex wasn't one to be easily intimidated. He reached out with his mind, a tendril of thought snaking its way into Glut's consciousness. The myconid's mind was a labyrinth of rage and madness, but Alex navigated it with ease, forcing Glut to see through his eyes. Images flooded Glut's mind, horrific visions of abominations made of flesh, beings of unimaginable terror that were slashed, cut, impaled, and consumed. The force was Alex himself, a relentless devourer that turned its enemies into mere fodder that only make him stronger. Glut could see each monstrosity's meet the end in brutal, bloody fashion, as they were torn apart and consumed. Glut's bravado grumbled under the weight of the vision. His trembling grew worse, his body stiffening as the realization dawned on him. He was outmatched. No amount of fungal warriors would save him from the fate that awaited. With a sudden, violent surge, two spikes shot up from the ground, impaling him through the chest. The myconid sovereign's body went limp, his mind shattered by fear, and the landshark and hook horrors collapsed in unison, their connection to Glut severed like strings cut from a puppet. Alex walked forward with purpose, his eyes fixed on Glut's fallen form. The air was thick with the scent of death and decay, the silence only broken by the distant drip of water from the cavern's ceiling. Tendrils of flesh extended from Alex's body, sinking into Glut's corpse. But rather than consume the myconid, Alex initiated a different process. The flesh began to writhe and shift, enveloping the body like a cocoon. The transformation was swift but intense, the body compressing, reshaping itself into something entirely new. When the process was complete, what remained was no longer Glut's fungal form but an abomination, clad in heavy red armor from head to toe. The armor gleamed with a red hue, and the helmet, with its open eye slits, revealed a pair of eyes that now glowed with an unnatural green light. The sclera was dark, almost black, a stark contrast to the vibrant green of the irises. The creature blinked, taking in its surroundings with newfound clarity before turning its gaze to Alex. Fleshwalker, what did you do to me? Why can I speak? Why does my mind feel so different and so much more? Glut's voice was frantic, a mix of panic and anger at the sudden transformation. Alex met Glut's gaze with an unflinching calm. I changed your body, combining it with that of a Duergar, he explained, his tone matter of fact. The complexity of the transformation reconstructing Glut's DNA, merging it seamlessly with Duergar biology was a feat that defied natural law, but Alex knew that such explanations would be lost on the newly reborn Glut. A Duergar? Me? Glut's voice cracked with disgust and horror. Kill me now. Better to be dead than to have Duergar blood running through me. But Alex shook his head. I know about your kind's weakness, that you can't leave the Underdark. But with this new body, you can walk to the surface and create a circle somewhere else. Glut's reaction was immediate. His eyes widened, and for a moment, hope flickered in his gaze, mingling with disbelief. I can see the surface now? His voice was hesitant, suspicious, as if the very idea was too good to be true. Why would I lie to you? You know what I am, Alex replied, his voice devoid of deception. There was no need for lies, the truth was powerful enough. Glut's body shuddered, a tremor that spoke of both fear and excitement. Slowly, he nodded, the reality of his situation beginning to sink in. Then I will follow you. Besides, I would like to see what this new body can do now. Alex watched him carefully, noting the shift in Glut's demeanor. The transformation had not only altered his body, but also his mind. The once prideful and arrogant Myconid sovereign was now more cautious, more contemplative. I plan to take a raft docked at the beach to a place with a lot of Diorga. You can follow if you want, Alex offered, his tone neutral, almost indifferent. Glut's expression darkened, the memory of his fallen circle still fresh in his mind. To miss the chance to pay back those that killed my circle? I will follow you even if I lose both my arms. But just to be sure, can my arms still grow back? Alex nodded, his confirmation bringing a flicker of relief to Glut's strained features. Send your minions to hide in one of the shacks. We can't take them with us, Alex instructed, his mind already focused on the next steps. Glut hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. With a mental command, he linked back to the remaining zombies, sending them to hide in one of the nearby shacks as Alex had suggested. As the last of the zombies disappeared into the shadows, Glut turned back to Alex, a question burning in his mind. Do I still have a grudge against Spore? Alex paused, considering his answer carefully. Do you? Glut's gaze dropped to the ground, his leafy green eyes reflecting the turmoil within. Yes, he admitted, his voice softer now. It still stood idle while my circle was killed by Diorga. But I can see my own mistakes that led to my circle's downfall. Maybe I would have done the same if I were in his place. You can relax, I don't plan to kill Spore's circle anymore. Alex nodded, a small, satisfied smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The rise in intelligence had not only given Glut the ability to see things more clearly but had also allowed him to find a measure of peace here, at least for now. But Alex knew better than to trust completely. Glut's new form was still untested, unproven. They continued in silence toward the colony, their weight of their journey hanging heavy between them. When they finally reached the outskirts, Glut stopped, his gaze fixed on the distant lights of Spore's circle. I will wait here, he said, his voice carrying a hint of unease as he moved to sit on a nearby rock. Alex nodded, understanding Glut's reluctance. There was no need to push him further, at least not yet. With a final glance at Glut, Alex made his way up the stairs to where Spore and the others awaited. As he reached the top, he was greeted by Thula, her face a mix of relief and worry. Did you find them? She asked, her eyes searching the area behind him. They moved them somewhere else. I plan to head there soon, Alex replied, his voice steady, reassuring. Please save them, Thula whispered, her plea heavy with desperation. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away, leaving Alex to continue towards Spore. Spore stood silently, watching as Alex approached. His eyes seemed to peer into Alex's very soul. I killed the Diorga, Alex announced, his words hanging in the air like a dark omen. Do you hear it? A new harmony, serenity. Spore's hand rose, his finger pointing at Alex. I name you Peacebringer. Freely you have given to us, freely you can take. The garden gate is open, go and get your reward. But before this, I ask for another boon. You have cut the Diorga blight but not its source. A vision unfolded in Alex's mind, vivid and disturbing. A drow standing triumphantly atop a pile of Myconid corpses. Near, this one is called. He haunted us. Hunt him in turn, bring me his head, and I will know my circle is safe. The drow lurks in the ruins beyond the lake. Bring me his head and return. Alex nodded, his mind already fixed on his next destination. Without hesitation, he turned and walked toward the cave that Spore had opened for him. The cave was bathed in an eerie, almost ethereal light, cast by the luminescent blue mushrooms clinging to the damp walls. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decay, mingling with the faint, sweet aroma of the glowing fungi. Trinkets lay scattered across the floor, forgotten relics of the past, tarnished and worn by time. Yet, these were mere distractions to Alex's keen eyes, which were immediately drawn to the centerpiece of the cavern, a mummified drow corpse, lying in a state of eerie preservation. Alex approached the corpse with measured steps, his expression impassive yet curious. The drow's body was contorted in a final, agonizing pose, as if death had caught it mid-struggle. The skin, dark and desiccated, clung tightly to the bones beneath, preserved unnaturally well. "The body seems intact enough," Alex muttered to himself, his voice low and devoid of emotion. He placed his hand on the body and quickly consumed it. A torrent of fragmented memories surged into Alex's mind, disjointed and blurred, as though seen through a cracked lens. Images of battles, whispered conversations. Despite the corpse's decrepit state, the brain had been remarkably preserved, allowing Alex to extract these fragments as pieces of a puzzle that would never fully come together. "It seems this one was a friend of that drow I released from stony broken Baldur," Alex mused aloud, piecing together the fractured memories. His gaze fell upon a small, unassuming book beside the corpse. The cover was worn, yet it emanated a faint magical aura that piqued Alex's interest. He picked it up, brushing off a layer of dust to reveal the title inscribed in delicate script, "Flump Mating Ritual." "Perhaps Blurg can help me with this," he murmured, tucking the book away carefully. As he scanned the area for anything else of value, his eyes caught a glint of dark metal lying close to the book. It was a simple, yet elegantly crafted piece, its surface smooth and cold to the touch. The metal seemed to absorb the light around it, creating an aura of quiet mystery. Alex picked it up, the chill seeping into his skin, and decided to bring it along as well. Whatever it was, Blurg would likely find a use for it. Satisfied that there was nothing more of interest in the cave, Alex turned to leave, his thoughts already on the next task. However, as he stepped out of the cave, a short figure stopped him, a dwarf woman, her face set in an expression of weary indifference. "Did you see a fella on your way in?" she asked, her voice flat. "Dwarf, Ballen's his name." "Bald, blue tunic, dumb as a stick." Alex paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered the question. "No, I didn't," he replied, his tone measured. "Right, never mind," the woman said with a shrug. Alex felt a flicker of curiosity. "Who is he to you?" he asked, probing gently. "My useless husband," she replied bluntly, her words heavy with disdain. "It's no surprise he's made a mess of it." Without waiting for a response, she turned on her heel and walked away, her steps brisk and uncaring, as if the matter was already forgotten. With a shrug, Alex let the encounter roll off him like water on stone. He had more pressing matters to attend to, and the dwarf woman's apathy was just another oddity in a world filled with them.